Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students.
Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world.
Did you know that approximately 333.34 million businesses exist today, according to a report from 2021? And you may be one of those businesses, or maybe you're not in the business market yet, but you're aspiring to be a business owner. Well, guess what? You're in the right place at the right time. Because let's face it, everything is about timing and opportunity. Hi, my name is Dr. Lotus Richey, and I'm the CEO and founder of the Lotus Richey Coaching and Consulting LLC, along with the Lotus Richey Ignite Show. 15 minutes of success with Dr. Lotus Richey, as well as books to boom your business and bring who you are. And today, I want to bring this amazing message to you about the Black Business Network and the Black Business Olympics. See, the Black Business Network and the Black Business Olympics is designed to help people just like you, that's right, and look like me, to take their business to the next level. Not just in your front yard or your backyard, but globally. The Black Business Network and Black Business Olympics is designed not to just help you survive, but to help you thrive. So join us today as we come together with businesses all around the world to support our students, our children, our young teens, our young entrepreneurs. What we do is we come together to help raise funds for students who are aspiring to be business entrepreneurs, who are aspiring and who are thriving in college. We endow them with a wonderful opportunity to gain scholarship of either a laptop or several thousands of dollars. And we invite you to help be a contributor to this amazing opportunity to help someone that looks just like you. So join us today at our website and let us connect with you and help you ignite and take flight in every area of your life on the Black Business Network and the Black Business Olympics. I'll see you on the other side.
The Black Business Expo is changing my life. This year, they are giving away laptops and even $5,000 in cash to students just like me. I'm Alexis, and I want to go to college to fulfill my dream of becoming an entrepreneur. Help the Black Business Expo going to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com and also becoming a vendor, a sponsor, or donating.
You are in the right place at the right time. The Black Business Network opens again for its Black Business Olympics, a 24/7 broadcast on business, strategies, global branding, social media marketing, finance, advertisement, and much, much more. Featuring the top, most powerful entrepreneurs and speakers and thought leaders from all around the world as they gather together for this phenomenal event. Join
the Black Business Network, streaming live into the metaverse. STEM City USA, Black Multiverse, Pod TV, Roku, Hulu, iHeartRadio, Apple TV, YouTube, TikTok, Instagram, Google Podcasts, Facebook, LinkedIn, IBM TV, Spotify, and Twitch. Tune in today and be a part of this amazing movement. The Black Business Olympics welcomes you. How many times have you been asked to help someone you didn't even know, a student, a business entrepreneur, or did you ever even ask, where did they end up? That business, that friend, that entrepreneur. Well, just maybe they ended up in a gang, bankrupt, homeless, or worse, dead. Maybe they turned to crime, drugs, and alcohol. Did you ever wonder? Did you destroy their dream, or was your life always so easy? At the Black Business Olympics, we started a movement to help students complete. Give them hope and foster success. Help them to leave their dreams of providing laptops, computers, and up to $5,000 in scholarship funds. Today, we ask you to help a student, a business owner, or an entrepreneur to realize their dream by sponsoring them, supporting them, and buying from them. Consider this. With $1.6 trillion in our Black community, we only ask for a small donation for our students, our businesses, and our entrepreneurs. And you can change a life today. So I ask you, what are you going to do? Sit on the sideline and watch our students in high school be leaders, miss out on their dreams from lack of resources? Or are you going to donate to the movement and change their future and yours as well? Give us a call today at 919-308-9090. Change their life by investing with action to the Black Business Olympic Fund. The Black Business Olympics, one of the largest business showcases of Black business in the history of the world.
Why do I do what I do? You know, my life coach asked me that a few years ago. And she said, Tony, what's your why? And I told her, and she said, girl, you've already accomplished that. Perhaps you need a new why.
Hi, Tony Harris, Amy Hoydu with Say It Said Marketing, one of your students. And just wanted to say thank you, Tony Harris, for spending so much time with me and giving me that boost in my business that I so drastically needed.
My why is to touch, move, and inspire my clients to take drastic steps to be better than they were before they met me. I'm a resource. I'm a connector. I want to help people build deeper relationships that are beneficial to their life and business. That's what I do best.
So, first thing you got to do is show up. And speaking is a way to magnetically attract your ideal client to you. How many of you use social media that way? Absolutely. And this is how you look to the world. Drastic steps are the steps that are needed to be successful. And my business is drastic denotes a mindset. Getting out of your comfort zone. Doing something that you don't necessarily feel comfortable doing, want to do, but you know it's a necessary step to be successful in your business.
I get the most satisfaction when I see my connections flourishing into relationships long after I am gone.
Hi, my name is Jasmine Augustine with Media Jasmine, and I've joined several networking and referral groups in the area. And Network in Action Northeast Houston with Tony Harris Taylor is one of the best organizations that I've joined.
I love that piece of what I do, and it is what fuels my fire. My name is Tony Harris Taylor, saying take a drastic step today for a fantastic tomorrow.
This is Dr. Arnold T. Petsworth. He's the owner of Petsworth Vet World, a veterinary clinic in Hopton, Connecticut. His patients include dog, cat, frog, fish,
Goldie,
dog, and this alpaca. Due to doctor-patient confidentiality, we can't tell you their names. Business at Vet World was steady, and then quarantine hit. Neighbors brought new four-legged friends into their homes. Bunnies. Bunnies everywhere. Dr. Petsworth welcomed these new patients with open arms. The only problem? There were more appointments than he could manage. That's when Dr. Petsworth turned to his American Express business card, which offers spending potential that's built for his changing business needs. He decided to hire a new assistant, Julio, and with spending power built for business purchases, he used his card to furnish a new exam room. Together, Dr. Petsworth, Julio, and American Express Business made sure all the pets of Hopton got the love and care they deserved. And everyone was happy. Get the card built for business by American Express.
Follow the Brand TV broadcast host, Grant McGaugh, as he visits with top executives and entrepreneurs to find out their secrets of success with their personal brand. Follow the Brand TV broadcast host as he focuses on brand development to build better relationships, bring value to your business, relationships, and career. You will enjoy listening to each episode that is tailored to speak to you directly. If you're looking for this type of clarity in terms of building your brand, you have tuned into the right station. Each episode will help you to shape a conversation in the 5-star BDM network of 20,000 professionals and become a springboard for your corporate engagement and business opportunities. Each guest will frame their story in the areas of personal branding, business development, career development, financial empowerment, and technology innovation. Grant McGaugh explains why he is the CEO and owner of his own professional career. Grant is an accomplished business leader and entrepreneur who wants to give back to individuals to grow their personal brand strategy. Tune in as he weaves his story about new possibilities, while to you exceed expectations. If you love storytelling, this show will make for fun.
Hey, it's your girl Colette V. Smith. The V is for victory. My mama would tell you the V is for Veronica, but it's Colette V. Smith. The NFL's first African-American woman to coach in the history of the National Football League by way of being the first female in 2017 to coach in New York Jets franchise history. Today, I'm the founder of Believe in You Incorporated. Believe in You Incorporated. I got here because I didn't limit myself. I started thinking freely, living life freely. Don't limit yourself. Unleash your power, the power that God created you to be and to have. I got here because I didn't just follow a path. I created my own. You can do the same thing. You know why I know this? Because genius is common.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
You are in the right place at the right time. The Black Business Network opens again for its Black Business Olympics, a 24/7 broadcast on business, strategies, global branding, social media marketing, finance, advertisement, and much, much more. Featuring the top, most powerful entrepreneurs and speakers and thought leaders from all around the world as they gather together for this phenomenal event. Join the Black Business Network streaming live into the metaverse, STEM City, USA, Black Multiverse, Pod TV, Roku, Hulu, iHeartRadio, Apple TV, YouTube, TikTok, Instagram, Google Podcasts, Facebook, LinkedIn, IBM TV, Spotify, and Twitch. Tune in today and be a part of this amazing movement. The Black Business Olympics welcomes you.
The Black Business Expo's mission is to raise funds for high school seniors going to college or K through 12 entrepreneurs. This expo is a fundraiser for students. Please, you may go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com to donate to the scholarship fund or use the Cash App at $BBXUSA. Our goal is to give laptops and up to $5,000 to 10 students. Students can register online at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com. Every dollar counts. Please donate to the Black Business Expo USA Scholarship Fund.
Good afternoon, business owners, entrepreneur, thought leaders, and corporate. Welcome to the Black Business Network. My name is Dr. Tanya T. Wise. Well, all new beginning, and I am a business owner and your moderator for this afternoon Black Business Network. The Black Business Network is a 24-hour business network showcasing Black businesses, business owners, entrepreneur, and thought leaders worldwide. We have speakers from North Carolina, London, Singapore, Africa, Japan, and cities all over the United States. The Black Business Network is a global network sharing this business and knowledge to empower, inspire, and educate businesses about business. We are about to talk to Lawrence Nichols, who is a leader about leadership. Genius is common, and I'll see you on the other side. Hi, Lawrence. How are you?
I'm great there, Dr. Wise. How about yourself?
I'm amazing, getting better every day in every way. Thank you for asking.
I love that.
So, Lawrence, we have a few questions today about leadership. And so the first question is, why is leadership important?
I've often heard it said that if you think you're leading and no one's following, just taking a brisk walk. The truth is, without leadership, people have nowhere to go. I found that to be true my entire life. You know, I working in various environments, I had someone once say, lead me, follow me, or get out of the way. And the truth is, people want leadership. Doesn't mean that they want to be driven, but it does mean that they want people in their lives who have a direction to go and then are taking the team along with them. So leadership in anything that you do is absolutely important.
So what would you say is one of the key components when it comes to leadership?
Ooh. Yeah, great question. I would love to be able to narrow it down to one. And the truth is it's always hard to do that because you've got to have great listening skills. You've got to be an observer of people, of environment. You've got to be a great student, not just of your craft, but also having a broad knowledge of the things that cause your industry to move. So,
I love that.
Yeah.
I didn't mean to cut you off. Were you going to say something else?
So I was going to say just that no matter what we do, I think probably the key most component in leadership is learning to be a learner. Learning to be a learner and understanding that you're never going to stop learning. There's always something new that you've got to learn that's going to either develop you as a communicator, develop you as a leader, develop you in every area of leadership. So I think that would probably be it.
And I love that. I love what you say, that it's not necessarily just one particular thing, that it's a variable of many plethora of things to make you a good leader. And I love that answer. What would you say to a person that is thrown into leadership? As we know, as John Maxwell go over some of the leadership tools and techniques, that he talks about the first level. And the first level a lot of times is where you have defaulted into leadership. You know, maybe you're good at something and your employer just makes you now a leader over that particular thing. Or even if we just sign up for a project, right? And because you are the first person to speak, now oftentimes now you're the leader of that project. Like, I know that has happened to me. What would you say to that person that finds themselves in that type of predicament, but they never really may have seen themselves as a leader?
That's an absolute, I love that question. So me being a man of faith, I'm going to tell you the first thing that you do in situations like that, pray hard, pray. And I say it lightheartedly, but the truth of the matter is most times that when you're being thrown into a leadership position, and there's two approaches I think that you can take to that. One, you can run scared with your hair on fire, pants on fire, and run around the room saying the sky is falling. Or you can say, you know what? Everything that I have, everything that I've learned, every experience that makes up who I am is already present. Let me leverage who I am and what I have against this leadership challenge. All too often, I think what happens is people, for whatever reason, see the leader as being some demigod, if you will. And the truth is, leaders are people too. They sweat, they bleed, they cry, they go through the gamut of emotion. So giving ourselves permission to be human once that leadership challenge comes upon us, and sometimes it's just thrust upon us, here, go. Like you said, just because you said, hey, I've got an interest in it. Great, you're it. But understanding that giving ourselves a chance without defeating the opportunity that's presented before us.
So you said a lot of great key components in that last statement that you were talking about. But what would you say to that person that they were interested in what it is that they're doing, but not necessarily the leadership part of that?
So I've actually had folks like that over the time where they love the content. They love the idea of being the technical expert. They love the idea of getting their hands dirty, but they don't necessarily envision themselves as leaders. And if I've learned nothing else, John Maxwell says something that is absolutely mind-blowing, but a very, very simple concept. It's mind-blowing, but it's a very simple concept. Leadership is influence. Nothing more, nothing less.
I love that. I love that.
Yeah. So that person that I tell, that says, hey, I'm not a leader, I just want to do this, my response to them is, but you are a leader. The last time someone asked you, where should I go eat? Or where should I, get a bargain on some new clothing item, you were able to give them an answer. You were able to point them in the right direction. As a matter of fact, you probably were able to give them several possible solutions to their problem. And when we really think of it in that manner, when we really embrace the fact that we influence people day in and day out, and that makes us leaders because people come to us and they ask us stuff all the time. If you're a parent, you influence your children, you lead your children. If you're a spouse, you lead your spouse. If because you have influence with your spouse. You may not having much influence with your dog. Well, maybe your dog if you feed it. Your cat, absolutely not. So, but you've got influence, and if you got influence, you are a leader.
Absolutely. And I love how you put that leadership, and reminding people that leadership has a lot to do with influence, because with social media these days, people want the likes and they want the hearts and they want people to comment on their page. But I don't know that they also have equated that as part of leadership, right? So can you talk a little bit about how social media influences leadership?
Ooh. Social media is absolutely, so think of it in this manner. When we talk about leadership and social media, it's unlike the way it used to be. You were a leader in your sphere, whatever that was, and usually that was pretty close hold. Your leadership was limited to your workspace. Your leadership was limited to your family. Your leadership was limited to the clubs that you might belong to. But now your leadership has the opportunity and the ability to go worldwide in a matter of seconds. In a matter of seconds. And so with that, if we understand that we are leaders, whether you're a thought leader, a fashion leader, whatever kind of leadership sphere, space you live in, that comes with a responsibility. And unfortunately, I'm seeing so many people that have the power of leadership in the social media space abuse it because they feel it's necessary to tell their truth. Here's the thing. And I might get some hate mail on this, but nobody cares about your truth to that extent. People care about your truth to the extent that it helps them become better. And oftentimes people take license to tell their truth to the degree that it is destroying other people. And that's the example that it's setting. And we live in a culture that eats that up. It says that that's the right thing. So I always go back to, what kind of value system do you have in place that monitors, that governs how you lead in the social media space as a leader?
I love that. And I think that you really hit the nail on the head when you talk about how people want to give their truth. And I'm guilty of that. Growing up, I had to learn how to cultivate my talk, that, everything that comes to mind doesn't mean it needs to come out the mouth. And so I think many of us have been in that predicament, and not all of us have really evolved in life where we don't do that. And so what I think, and you can tell me, what is your take on leadership beginning with you, learning personal development and learning to really lead yourself first? What is your take on that? How do you feel that that is a good stepping stone for most people? Or what is your thought on that?
You can't lead anyone until you learn to lead you. That's and if I can say this, leading me is a lifelong journey, right? It's not like you wake up one day and say, oh man, I've got this figured out. I've figured out how to lead me. In fact, what I find, the older that I get, the more I realize that I don't know. I know that I'm painfully aware of my frailties and my faults and my hiccups and my hang-ups. And all of those alone give me the necessary ammunition to continue working on building a better me day in and day out. But if you're not willing to commit to leading yourself well first, then you are almost a hypocrite in terms of leading others. And people, regardless of how we look at it, people are going to look through and they're going to see you. They're going to see that happen. They're going to see that that you're not authentic in your leadership, because they'll be able to see all of your blind spots. They'll be able to see all of your shortfalls and shortcomings. And as a result, it's going to be difficult to lead them. So one of the things that I will clearly say above all things, that as we are leading ourselves, as we are learning to lead ourselves, as we're digging into the space of personal growth, there has to be some intentionality. And we talk about intentionality from the space of, I wake up today and I am intentionally leading from the space and from the place that says, you know what? I care about people enough to be concerned that they might not be getting the very best of me. And if I want to be authentic in that leadership, then I've got to be intentional in making myself a little bit better every day.
Awesome. So can you tell us a little bit about your company?
Okay. Well, I've done a little bit of, it seems like you feel like you're always creating and developing, and as a serial entrepreneur, quite honestly, I never considered the fact that I would be an entrepreneur. In all honesty, business always kind of rose to the top for me. I think back to even being a little child and in the neighborhood, I created a small business at 4, running errands for the elderly in the neighborhood.
Wow.
So if they needed items from the grocery store, I would walk to the grocery store with my little wagon, get their groceries, bring it back, and they'd give me an aluminum wrapped package of maybe 50 cents or $1. Now, as a kid, $1 was a good thing because candy cost a penny back then.
And you're dating yourself. Watch it, Mr. Lawrence. You're dating yourself. The penny candy. I think the penny candy now is 25-cent candy.
Come on now. Come on. So with LTN Leaders Who Win, it's a subsidiary of LTN Enterprises LLC. And my wife and I created LTN Leaders Who Win simply out of when looking around, we found that many organizations weren't necessarily being led well. In fact, most organizations didn't even know that they were leading, I won't say badly, because the truth is you don't know what you don't know.
Right.
And we found this to be true over a number of different places because people weren't asking the key questions that were moving them into the next level of their growth development or their next evolution of what their organization should have been or what they desired it to be. Oftentimes what we found was there was a disconnect between the leader's vision and the reality of the workplace. And it's hard to see where that disconnect lies when you're in the middle of it.
Right.
And so that's really how it started, because within, and I've been a pastor of founding a ministry, founding a church, and I learned some hard lessons. I learned that when I'm in the fire of things, I don't always see things clearly, and that I needed to reach out to those that maybe it wasn't about they had more experience. Of course, mentors are absolutely paramount in moving your organization forward, whatever it is. But it was about having people that were connected to me that could ask me growth questions, that could ask me those type of questions that required me to dig a little bit deeper to find the answer. And so that's really how LTN Leaders Who Win was birthed. It was birthed out of seeing a need for organizations that weren't necessarily doing that kind of intentional work, both for themselves, for their teams, and just kind of on the hamster wheel of, wash, rinse, repeat of not moving beyond mediocrity.
Absolutely. I love that. I love that answer. So we had another question come in about your organization. So we know how it was birthed. And I heard you mention your wife is a part of this as well. How do you guys delegate? What part is that she does and what part did you do?
So here's what's amazing. My wife and I will be married 30 years this year, 30 years next month, as a matter of fact.
Woo.
And we've been together 34 years. So we have learned what each other's strengths and our needs or areas for growth are. I am more along the lines, I'm the business analytics kind of guy. So I do, I analyze space, I analyze, what's going on. But with her, she's been in the field of education. And so we leverage each other's strengths. You know, she's also a creative. And because she's a creative, we're able to really think outside the box and go, hey, we're seeing this with this particular organization. What are some innovative things that we can come up with? And then, you know, we'll take the creative side, we'll take the analysis side, we'll pull it all together, and then we're able to provide some solutions. In addition to that, we're able to leverage through another sector, another segment of our organization, we're able to pull in other people as well that build out the team depending on the organization's needs within that space. So we're leveraging the strengths of many to address the issues that may be apparent or that may exist within an organization. So that's kind of how we leverage each other's strengths. We recognize the things that others, you know, that each other, yeah, okay, well, I'm not that good at that. Like, I hate social media. I hate it. I know I have to do it, but my wife's good at that. You know, because she's consistent. You know, I'm hit or miss. I know I need to get better. It's a growth area for me. So, but you know, again, it's about understanding, knowing who's on your team. And when you're able to do that, when you really understand the strengths of your team, then you can really grow and expand on those strengths.
And so all of that was such great answers. And I know that our listeners got some valuable information from what you just said. I'd be remiss if I did not ask you, how do you guys handle the adversity from work into home? How do y'all differentiate and cut that thing off? You know, because I know, like with my husband, of course, he's the head of the household, but I am the primary head in our business. So I'm just curious as to how do you guys leverage that?
So that is an amazing question. And when you have couples working together in business, in ministry, in whatever it is, and with us, we've done everything together. We've built a family together. We've built businesses together. We've built ministries together. Part of that is getting back to the foundation that we're built upon. I would love to tell you that either one of us by ourselves are absolutely amazingly great people that know how to time management and always are able to provide for, you know, the emotional and the, you know, emotional needs for, you know, us and everyone else. But that's not the case. You know, again, as a person of faith, I'll be the first to tell you that God has been the center for our success in anything that we've done, in any venture that we've pursued. Now, you know, we actually wrote a book, and it was called Beyond the Pulpit. His eyes, her eyes, and God's eyes. And in that we talk about, and we even had some comments from our children that we incorporated in the book that speak to how the lessons that we've learned over time. You know, one, we have to be intentional about providing time for one another. The business will be there, or it won't be there, but we'll still be with one another. Being able to set the right priorities with the understanding that some things will require more time than others, but does it fall into one of three areas? Is it an eternal issue? Is it a lifetime issue? Or is it a seasonal issue?
That's good.
And when we prioritize it that way, we're now able to give the attention to the things that matter most. We know that we're in it to win it. We're as they say, we're ride or die. So that means everything else. Not that we're, not that we're going to forsake all other things, right. But it does mean that we're going to put a premium on us, and that in and of itself helps. Quite honestly, maybe it's me, but I think it's the very thing that you need to grow your business and keep your sanity and keep your marriage and keep it.
Absolutely. And I think that's part of leadership, which is why I was glad that question was asked and how you answered it, because it goes back to a lot of times, would you agree, in leadership, you do have to put your personal feelings aside in a lot of different decision makings and figure out what's the best for the masses.
Yeah, especially when you're, it's easy, having led in the military, having led in corporate life, having led in, ministry life, you're always thinking about, okay, again, what's the vision? What's the vision of this organization? Which then kind of helps to place some boundaries around what your mission is, what that mission statement is. But the truth is, there are, and let me say it this way, we can never be devoid of emotion as it pertains to leadership, because regardless of what happens, no matter how robotic we may be or how hard we might think we are, we're emotional creatures. Part of what you're hearing rise up in the various business space today is, do you have EQ? Do you have the emotional quotient that exists? And the truth is, you have to have some level of emotional sensitivity as a leader to the entire, that's a part of the vision. If you aren't considering that that's part of the equation, then you're probably setting up a culture that ultimately becomes hostile, that you're going to attract a lot of people through that process. Best case scenario, people just show up.
I love that. Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead. I thought you were done.
I was going to say, yeah, best case scenario, they at least show up and do the bare minimum. Worst case scenario, they're throwing stuff and throwing blows too. So ultimately, you've got to consider that people are people, and people are going to come with all of who they are. Right. Good, bad, ugly, they're going to come with it. So now, if I understand that, if I know that up front, guess what I'm going to do? I now can develop a plan for how I can communicate with them, how I can exchange with them, how I can relate to them. I can have empathy in a way that I might not have had it before, looking at solely the bottom line. And that's where I think that's the biggest win we can make as leaders, is seeing that it's not just about the black and white, it's the many shades of gray in between. Doesn't mean that it's your responsibility, because that can become an unmanageable weight of responsibility. But it's understanding, or at least taking into the mix, that those things exist. And because they exist, we now have a battle plan, an engagement plan for how we can navigate through it.
Well, I love all the answers that you've given us today. That is our time. For our listeners, can you tell them the best way to contact you, such as a website or a phone number? What would you want our listeners to reach you?
So we can be reached at LTN Leaders Who Win on any social media space, except the only place that I don't think that we're on are some of the ancient places, but Instagram, Facebook, Twitter, LinkedIn. Reach out to us that way. Send us a direct message or an IM. You can also reach us at 757-741-8044. Again, that's 757-741-8044. And again, we just look forward to connecting with everyone in the space.
Thank you so much, Lawrence Nichols from LTN. Genius is coming, and we'll see you on the other side.
See you on the other side.
The Black Business Expo mission is to raise funds for high school seniors going to college or K-12 entrepreneur. The expo is a fundraiser for students, and they may go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com. To donate to the scholarship fund, use the Cash App that's on the screen, or you can send it to $BBXUSA. Our goal is to give laptops and up to $5,000 to 10 students. Students can also register online at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com. Every dollar counts. So we want to remind you to donate to the scholarship fund. We also want to thank our Black Business Expo USA sponsors for August 2023. NC 100, Moody Capital Partners, Suede Soul, Lotus, Ruche, Coaching and Training, Carolina's Virginia Minority Supplier Development Council, Step Management, BHS and Associates, Margie McLean Foundation, Inc., Genius is Common, Earth Essentials, Milani Chennai Global, Executive Women's Success Institute, The Quality Coaching Company, Superwoman Business Service, Creative Force Studio, Lee Entertainment, Artistry App Designs, All New Beginning LLC, and Black Business Expo USA. Genius is coming, and I'll see you on the other side.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
How many times have you been asked to help someone you didn't even know, a student, a business entrepreneur, or did you ever even ask, where did they end up? That business, that friend, that entrepreneur. Well, just maybe they ended up in a gang, bankrupt, homeless, or worse, dead. Maybe they turned to crime, drugs, and alcohol. Did you ever wonder? Did you destroy their dream, or was your life always so easy? At the Black Business Olympics, we started a movement to help students complete. Give them hope and foster success. Help them to leave their dreams of providing laptops, computers, and up to $5,000 in scholarship funds. Today, we ask you to help a student, a business owner, or an entrepreneur to realize their dream by sponsoring them, supporting them, and buying from them. Consider this. With $1.6 trillion in our Black community, we only ask for a small donation for our students, our businesses, and our entrepreneurs. And you can change a life today. So I ask you, what are you going to do? Sit on the sideline and watch our students in high school be leaders, miss out on their dreams from lack of resources? Or are you going to donate to the movement and change their future and yours as well? Give us a call today at 919-308-9090. Change their life by investing with action to the Black Business Olympic Fund. The Black Business Olympics, one of the largest business showcases of Black business in the history of the world.
Over the past few years, we've seen the growth of existing and new initiatives focused on financial inclusion, building global networks, and reducing the wealth gap in response to the idea there's not enough seats at the table. Whether their outcomes are to increase the representation of Black executives on corporate boards, ensure an inclusive global economy, or to create new U.S. African commercial pathways, the strategies are often carried out by separate programs. The question is, should they be? With the continent of Africa being home to more than half of the world's fastest growing economies, the youngest workforce, over 400 companies generating more than $1 billion annually, 700 generating more than $500 million annually that are poised for growth, and being the destination of nearly $5 billion in venture capital in 2021. Diversifying U.S. and Africa commercial engagement by building bridges between African businesses and their U.S. diaspora should begin being seen as mutually beneficial. From helping to reduce Africa's enormous capital gap to catalyzing two-way trade opportunities, the COVID-19 global pandemic hopefully has taught us that global challenges and opportunities are more interconnected than we thought. During the pandemic, African companies like Unicorn Flutterwave, insurance provider Reliance Health, ride-hailing app Yasir, and 54Gene, the continent's first bank of DNA on people of African descent, proved that when African companies have access to networks, capital, and information, they grow big, grow fast, and create solutions that are valuable to the world. This is why Be Direct was created. We are the first U.S.-based but African-centric board preparedness and board search company designed to connect U.S. Black talent and corporations to African businesses. Unique and fundamental to Be Direct's success is our process of helping board candidates adapt their experience and networks to an African context before they're connected to high-growth companies that are looking to locally and globally scale. From our focus groups with African business execs and government leaders, we don't ignore the sentiment that business is easy, but people are hard. Having a pool of board candidates with hard-to-access networks and extensive experience across the business life cycle, including successfully raising capital, is table stakes for an initiative like this. So yes, we have that. But corporate or entrepreneurial success in the U.S. does not guarantee success in Africa. Developed alongside industry partners on the continent, our training program, Be Direct Prep, is designed to transpose their experience to create cultural comfort, understanding, and a commitment to helping businesses in Africa scale. Our board governance sessions are African continental and country specific, integrated with cultural awareness and dexterity training, masterclasses led by African industry execs, and mentoring and coaching from African continental-based facilitators. But even more unique to Be Direct Prep, we cap off our training program with an immersion trip to help candidates that have not been to Africa before see and feel Africa's complexity and opportunity from African soil. We all know traditional network-based board placement has historically left a lot of us out of ever really being in the paid board pipeline. Our strategy supports the work of many great organizations that are successfully filling seats at U.S. board tables by creating more tables for those that are still left on the sideline. It's time to start seeing the role and value of U.S. Black talent and businesses on the continent of Africa differently. Old perceptions and habits limit economic inclusion. Let's transition Black talent and the African businesses they will support from the periphery of the global economy to its core. Living in a global lockdown, we all know now how fast local and global economies can change, and see the value of having businesses that hire, strengthen local value chains, and even grow globally. Status quo in any form holds back progress. We must democratize U.S.-Africa commercial engagement by socially and economically connecting cultures that have long been disconnected. It's time for Africa's U.S. diaspora to redefine their global value by helping African businesses scale continentally and globally.
Did you Did you know women represent just 3% of Fortune 500 CEOs and less than 15% of corporate executives at top companies worldwide? Have you wondered what the secrets are to getting into the top ranks, whether in the private or public sector? Do you want to figure out how to stop being held back in your career or passed over for promotion? Then you're in the right place. Hi, I'm Dr. Madeline Ann Lewis, President and CEO of the Executive Women's Success Institute. I have decades of experience in the military, the federal government, and corporate America, and my mission is to help women succeed and tap into their full potential. I want to reach 1 million plus women around the world to become the leaders they are meant to be. So if you want to move into a management or executive level position, or maybe you are a female veteran transitioning out of the military into business entrepreneurship, then reach out to the Executive Women's Success Institute at 301-693-3284. Let us get you on the fast track to success.
Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students.
Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world.
The Black Business Expo is changing my life. This year, they are giving away laptops and even $5,000 in cash to students just like me. I'm Alexis, and I want to go to college to fulfill my dream of becoming an entrepreneur. Help the Black Business Expo going to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com and also becoming a vendor, a sponsor, or donating.
phenomenal Tanya T. Wise, who is here from the great state of Maryland. Tanya, welcome and thank you for being with us today. Can you indulge our audience a little bit and tell them just a little bit more about who you are and what it is that you do?
Well, I love being able to talk to people and have a magnetic attitude, being able to just show them. So I always like to say, level up is Coach at Tanya T. Wise here.
So can you tell our audience, just give them a teaser about what your presentation will be about?
So my philosophy is that we should all be living our dream life. So tomorrow I'm going to talk about how you start living your dream life. What are some of the things that you thought about in your childhood that you just kind of let go and dormant?
Wow.
And I want to reignite that and just give you some pointers and some tips, some tools, some strategies to be able to start living your best life now. And guess what, Rhonda? And leave it inheritance for your legacy.
Oh my goodness. Okay, I know that's resonating with a lot of people. I've heard that you have a dynamic coaching program. Can you tell us a little bit more about that?
Absolutely. So our coaching program help people that have the lack of time, that lack strategies, and lack the confidence to go after their dream life. So we help them implement tools, we help them implement strategies, as well as give them resources so that they can live their best life now and leave that inheritance.
Wow. Oh, I love that. I love the leave the inheritance part. Listen, you are dropping some major nuggets, and I know a lot of what you're saying is resonating with a lot of people, but I think we're all curious. How did you even make this transition into the speaking and coaching arena? What's the story behind this?
So I started out in finance, and I realized that a lot of people don't necessarily go after their dream life because of the lack of finances or the education behind finances. But it wasn't until I lost my firstborn, my only son, that life changed for me. And where I was going after it all, living the corporate life, hit my 6-figure income and living in my dream house with my dream man, driving my dream car. I nearly lost it all when I lost my son. And so I realized it only takes one financial catastrophe that can change your entire life. That's what made me start All New Beginnings. Because no matter what's going on in life, there's a new beginning. And because of that, we develop a program called Wise Minded. My little slogan is, don't just dream it, let's live it.
If they want to connect with you or work with you, what is the best ways for them to be able to do that?
Well, for my social media guru, you can connect with me on every single social media platform as Tanya T. Wise.
Attention all entrepreneurs and companies. Are you looking for reliable and efficient virtual assistants and back office support to help you manage your business tasks? Look no further than Superwoman Business Services. Our team of virtual assistants provides a full range of administrative support services, including operations management, social media marketing, and much more. We also offer website design services to help you create a professional online presence that reflects your unique brand. In addition to administrative support and website design, we offer business development and structuring services to help you grow your business and achieve your goals. We'll work closely with you to identify areas of improvement and develop a customized plan to help you reach your full potential. At Superwoman Business Services, we understand that running a business can be overwhelming and time-consuming. That's why we're here to help you fly high and achieve success. Our virtual assistants are highly skilled, experienced, and dedicated to providing you with the support you need to thrive. Come fly with us and take your business to new heights. Let us help you become the superhero entrepreneur you are meant to be. Contact Superwoman Business Services today to learn more about our back office support services. Come fly with us and take your business to new heights.
Did you know women represent just 3% of Fortune 500 CEOs and less than 15% of corporate executives at top companies worldwide? Have you wondered what the secrets are to getting into the top ranks, whether in the private or public sector? Do you want to figure out how to stop being held back in your career or passed over for promotion? Then you're in the right place. Hi, I'm Dr. Madeline Ann Lewis, President and CEO of the Executive Women's Success Institute. I have decades of experience in the military, the federal government, and corporate America. And my mission is to help women succeed and tap into their full potential. I want to reach 1 million plus women around the world to become the leaders they are meant to be. So if you want to move into a management or executive level position, or maybe you are a female veteran transitioning out of the military into business entrepreneurship, then reach out to the Executive Women's Success Institute at 301-693-3284. Let us get you on the fast track to success.
I am a child of the Most High God. He has gifted me in ways that I could not even imagine and didn't know.
There was a time when I didn't know who I was. I listened to other people tell me who I should be, what I should do. I listened to people telling me that I should be a boutique owner, that I should be a construction manager, that I should be a laborer. Have you ever felt like you should do something else, be something else, go somewhere else, be wherever you wanted to be, and you felt like you were in a box? Anybody in the room? And you couldn't get out? Anybody in the room? And you kept trying to go and go and you couldn't get out? Anybody in the room? But let me tell you, you need to rock the box. Rock the box.
I am engaging, inspiring, and empowering. I would give you everything I know. Just by touching you, if I could, by osmosis, give you every single thing I've learned, I've gone through, I know I would. We know that's not possible, but as it is possible, I love to share information with people.
Some of you out there, people have told you that you can't be, you can't have, you can't do. But I will tell you, like Kingston said, you can, you must, and you will. If it's to be, it's going to be me. You got to say it. If it's to be, it's going to be. If it's to be, it's going to be. If it's to be, it's going to be.
Barbara is because she believed what her mama said about her and not what other people told her.
Every day you wake up, when you're in a situation, it's your choice whether it's an advantage or the disadvantage.
She gained her confidence and her life, and now she is a testimony.
If I can help you elevate yourself, then I feel like I'm elevating my own self as well. What you know and I know together can change the world.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business, in the world. The world. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
Good afternoon, business owners, entrepreneurs, thought leaders, and corporations. Welcome to the Black Business Network. My name is Dr. Tanya T. Wise of All New Beginning, where we help people activate and cultivate their purpose with their passion so that they can have a profit. I am your business moderator for this afternoon on Black Business Network. Black Business Network is a 24-hour business network showcasing Black businesses, business owners, entrepreneurs, and thought leaders worldwide. We have speakers from North Carolina, London, Singapore, Africa, Japan, and cities all over the United States. The Black Business Network is a global community sharing its business knowledge to empower, inspire, and educate businesses about business. Today, we're going to have Mike John, who is hailing from Los Angeles. He serves clients globally and his second home is in London. Mike John is a self-proclaimed futurist for culture. He sits at the intersection of technology and humanity. His aim is to harness the creation and realization of a new strategy for the forefront of humanity, which meets global civilization challenges. The creation of optimal conditions, promoting technology, culture, the self-consciousness, and the realization of a new futuristic reality based on 5 principles: technology, culture, ethics, data, and privacy. Help me welcome to the stage who's going to be doing a fire chat with Mike John and
So I think this is good. We're on board.
Perfect. I look forward to it. Thank you so much.
All right. Thank you. Have a good afternoon.
You too.
Take care. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Welcome to the stage, Mike John and Sydney Wellensby.
Hey, how are you?
I'm amazing. I'm going to lead you gentlemen to the stage. Genius is coming, and I'll see you on the other side.
All right. Mike, how are you today?
Good. Thank you. How are you doing?
Good. We touched base a little bit over the weekend, so I hope the rest of the weekend was good for you.
Yeah, absolutely. All's well.
Well, I know you have a ton of things that you want to share with the audience, so I'm going to forego the chit-chat and jump into it so that we can get into some of the meat and potatoes of the things that you want to share with the audience. But before we do that, to give people a little bit of the background for you, your company, et cetera, talk a little bit about your company and the products and services that you provide, some of the solutions that you provide for businesses.
Sure. So our company is Digital Mind State. We're focused on humanizing technology into everyday life. That's straightforward. The humanizing of technology into everyday life. In short, we're the bridge that's connecting Silicon Valley with Hollywood. You look at Silicon Valley as the forefront of technology, Hollywood at the forefront of lifestyle. So tech is only as good as the people that use it. We'd like to bring that together.
Okay. Talk about maybe one of the most interesting or exciting projects that you did recently that kind of highlights for folks the kinds of solutions that you bring and the kinds of nuances to technological solutions that you deliver.
Well, I love the fact that we're based here in LA, so entertainment is always the low-hanging fruit of technology, and by that, and I can say this for the Black Business Network, hip hop in particular has always been the early adapter of technology. Before that, maybe one thing that could supersede that would be porn itself. But the culture of hip hop, who's first showcase, we love to showcase, flaunt, what have you. The culture is really big and pushing technology. Most recently, just within the last 24 hours, revamping the mixtape game. You're there in New York, so we know that's the home of where the mixtape music industry comes from. And the mixtape industry, you know, whether you're on 125th or any place in New York City, that's where it came from. That became economics. That's how an artist got his exposure. Thank God the mixtape game is still alive, but it took a major hit. And that major hit came from technology. Companies like Spotify, Pandora, Apple, and what they created was something called the playlist. The playlist versus the mixtape. The mixtape was just curated stuff by DJ Clue, Kid Capri, all those old school DJs, rest in peace, DJ K Slay and the East Coast cats. They would be the curator of the mixtape, and you got the exclusive new music, and then you put it on the streets and you sold it. This exclusive new music might be how you discovered 50 Cent, might be how you discovered your favorite new upcoming artist. So it had a serious ecosystem that was in place into the disruption of the playlist. And so now what we've just recently done was import a supermodel who loves the culture, who's hosting the mixtape, but not only is she hosting a mixtape with all the hot new music, the music debuts in the metaverse. So now we put a Web3 play to what they would do on 125th Street in the analog model. Now we've put a digital model to it, and we put this metaverse. Now the album will debut in the metaverse. You'll get a chance to meet and greet with the celebrity hosts and meet some of the artists that are featured on the mix. This has never been done, and already we've leaked it deliberately. We've leaked it, and in 2 days got over 80,000 likes and 384 comments, all positive. So that's one of many things. That's just on some fun stuff. Disrupt. I love to disrupt. So the questions that you would ask, my job is to disrupt, change the business model. If it's driving, what are we driving? Are we driving a car? Why aren't we flying? If we're flying, why aren't we in space? If we're in space, how fast are we going? I deal with all of that.
All right, good. So did you come at this from a technology standpoint, a problem-solving business management standpoint? What kind of motivated you, inspired you to, one, to start the company, and to two, work on these type of issues in this type of way?
Well, I'll rephrase that question. My family got me into technology, or introduced me to technology, watching reruns of The Twilight Zone. All I remember was being at a table, not wanting to eat the food, my vegetables, and I had to sit at this table, and they had Twilight Zone on. And so, those you don't leave this table until you eat your food. Well, I just stayed there all day, didn't eat the vegetables, ended up watching these Twilight Zone episodes. What on earth is this? I was turned out watching Twilight Zone, and I think that became an inspiration for me. Sci-fi movies was what really started my curiosity and interest into science, being an astronaut, I guess you just naturally had it in you. Like, those were things that I was interested in. Some people might like to play basketball. Others might like to, fix cars. I was very much into space technology, very much a nerd in that capacity with a lot of street cred. So it started with having that passion, having that interest. That passion drove the knowledge. And I think where you're at with it for the Black Business Expo is to say that you now acquired this stuff. Then from acquiring it, what do you do with that? And what do you do with that could either provide solution or be a business or provide solutions? And so, again, the love of that, our company, if you visit our website, Digital Mind State, we're a strategic agency. We're very big on the word design. Companies will retain us to create the design, strategic design for them. Everything in life is about growth and activation. And so how do we grow? If we're set the suit that you have on, how many suits were pressed up? My job is to go ahead and maximize that. So I make that the business.
Okay. So one of the hottest topics, I'll put it this way, sexiest topics, out there in terms of technology today is AI. Talk a little bit about, your view of AI relative to the future of business, the future of work, the future of Black folks in, the entrepreneurial space. Talk a little bit about that.
I'll be short. AI is simply the tool. We must be clear. It is simply the tool. And for the Black Business Network, I want them to be very much cognitive that it's just a tool. Do not be afraid of it. Do not look at it as something out of this world. It is a tool that can be used to make your business efficient. Efficient in the sense of saving money, efficient in the sense of making new money, efficient in the sense of maintenance. AI is your other brain. It's basically a machine that can do human-like tasks. And so if you're a business owner, small business owner to large, it doesn't matter. It is in your best interest to utilize this tool to do your task, because we're now moving into a world where everybody's ordinary, but with AI, you can become extraordinary. And the employer of tomorrow wants the extraordinary. So you don't go to a job today using a typewriter. You're using a laptop. You're using some sort of computer. Tomorrow's workforce must be AI enabled because it's the extraordinary that we're looking for.
Okay. Talk about some ways that you are incorporating AI into the solutions that you're dealing with, if you can go into some of those details.
My job from Digital Mind State's point of view is to usher in 1 million tech-savvy AI data scientists. I call them citizen AI individuals, where you do not have to go to University of Alabama or NYU to learn about AI. You could actually learn from YouTube. You can learn from community college. And on top of that, once you have that interest, everything is seeded with passion. So when you realize, hey, I need to do these things, there's going to increase the passion of you to get involved, to level up. So one of the things that I'm really excited about right now is ushering in the next 1 million AI-enabled, AI-competent entrepreneurs. Uh-oh, I don't know what just happened. Is he gone? He looks like he's gone.
My name is Bobby Wheeler, owner and designer of Woosah Designs. Creativity is my genius, and remember, genius is common.
Over the past few years, we've seen the growth of existing and new initiatives focused on financial inclusion, building global networks, and reducing the wealth gap in response to the idea there's not enough seats at the table. Whether their outcomes are to increase the representation of Black executives on corporate boards, ensure an inclusive global economy, or to create new U.S. African commercial pathways, the strategies are often carried out by separate programs. The question is, should they be? With the continent of Africa being home to more than half of the world's fastest growing economies, the youngest workforce, over 400 companies generating more than $1 billion annually, 700 generating more than $500 million annually that are poised for growth, and being the destination of nearly $5 billion in venture capital in 2020.
Mike, can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Okay. My apologies. Not sure what happened, but let's go on. Don't know if you had finished your response to the question about AI and how you're using it in incorporating into some of your existing projects. So if you did, I can move on to the next question.
Yeah, just answered.
Okay. Okay. Let's talk then a little bit about where you see, you were talking before about companies wanting, the excellent, the above average, and how AI was going to help folks become above average based on their use of the technology as a tool. Talk a little bit about how you believe people can improve their comfort level and knowledge of how to use AI as a technology to be more confident and capable in the workplace.
Sure. I think, again, I talked about learning and passion. And so with passion, you're going to be, and probably another word that I'll add in there, the strongest word would be a curious mind. So one has to be curious. If you're not curious to know what's going around, you're going to be ate up. If you are curious, then curiosity will lead you to the library, lead you to YouTube, lead you to a community college, lead you to a place where you can learn, you can be empowered.
Okay. Now, you talked earlier about how you got motivated or inspired to be, kind of in the technology space by watching Twilight Zone. Talk about what inspired you to, start your own business versus do what you do for someone else.
That's a good question right there. What made me start my own business? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah. What inspired you to start your own business versus just going to work for someone else?
I stumbled in it by chance. They say typically if your parents work for someone, 9 times out of 10, you're going to work for someone. If your parents are a small business owner, 9 times out of 10, you will be that way. I literally just stumbled in it in terms of I had always worked in, worked for someone, but my debut into the mobile space, I had literally out of college worked for Virgin, was dibbling with entrepreneurship, small business, but nothing serious. But it wasn't until I lucked up and was able to create ringtones. You remember ringtones, Sydney, when every phone had ringtones. So T-Mobile did a deal with me. The musicians, this is where ringtones are going to be in the future. They're going to be WAV files. They're going to be MP3s, and you'll be able to, they're going to sound like music. And I knew a lot of musicians and influencers or name brand artists. So I was able to create branded content. And when the paychecks started to come in, I became an independent business.
Has a way of refocusing, right?
We quickly became independent. This is a sustainable business, royalty checks, 1 hour studio session creates 6 months of revenue. And that was incredible. So I was turned out early to say that all I have to do is just be in the studio while they create these funny things, funny skits or what have you. And that would be ringtones, caller tunes. And then to see the volume of that make money led way to ringtones, led way to wallpapers, mobile wallpapers led way to mobile games led way to mobile app development, app led way to social media led way to VR, AR, which led way to blockchain technology. Then came COVID. Then because of everybody having idle time, COVID introduced the world to NFTs. NFTs started with art, and NFT has moved to music. And then from there, it's expanded into other verticals, health, anything could be minted, anything that's an asset. So that furthered me to really become, you started off as this individual that got into the ringtone space, shouts out to T-Mobile, created a sustainable business that became a label in a sense to a lot of artists. And then these artists started to look, hey, well, what's next? Tell us what's next down the horizon. Since we were able to make money with you and never did this before, you became the go-to guy for quote unquote, what's next? So that's what leads way to this word futures. What's next, Mike? What's next?
Okay. So talk a little bit, you worked for some household names and household name brands, and some that were pre-household names. From your interactions and experience, what have you seen as the most common problem that the big businesses with the big names make, and the pre-big name businesses make?
Big businesses, probably one of the biggest errors that I see them underestimating the customer or not holding the value to the customer. You saw that recently with the Bud Light commercial and the LGBT community, and sales quickly plummeted. So you didn't do your research. Walmart offering for Juneteenth, hey, for the Black community, let's offer watermelon flavored ice cream. Right? They didn't really know their audience, didn't know, hey, we think that may be something that they want, but really it comes in backfires, and we did wrong. We've seen this so many times before, over and over. So they don't think out the relationship of how well you know your customer and the wants, and tie that in with the political times. So a joke, the word Sambo today for the hip hop generation under the age of 17, they probably don't know what the hell Sambo is. Mm-hmm. Me as a child, I remember growing up, and there was the tail end of, as a child, I remember there was actually Sambo's restaurants. I think Sambo's competed with Denny's. And looking at that, realizing like, how would you take that as a name? And now that franchise had to close because that was an insulting name, right? So for small businesses, and particularly Black businesses, they're always able to start a business, hard to maintain a business. That's what I've noticed in the Black community, from the West Coast to the East Coast, the South. So your level of education plays a big role in that. Able to start a business, how long are they able to sustain a business?
And from your experience, what do you see as the main culprit for that?
The solution?
Well, first the cause of not being able to maintain it, and then what you think the solution would be or should be.
So the cause and the solution are very similar. Education.
Okay.
The ability to see. So it's one thing to say I can make some good old fried chicken. Now you're making fried chicken in 2023 versus fried chicken in 1960s is different. But he or she that manufactures this, that makes the product, is clueless. They're just making fried chicken in the moment of, not looking at the business environment. Would it be, I've had somebody come from Detroit, move to LA, thought that they want to have a soul food restaurant on Crenshaw Boulevard. Crenshaw is pretty much a Black street. Why would we need soul food unless, what do they do in Detroit that's different? Mm-hmm. Why would you bring do you bring sand to the beach? You follow what I'm saying? It's like that thinking out. Like, why would you think to invest in a soul food? We got a gang of soul food restaurants. What is Detroit doing that we don't already have?
Right. It goes back to what you were talking about before, even with big companies, is really understanding who is it that you're serving, and what is it that they need or want. What's the problem they have that they don't want, or what's the benefit that they want that they don't have, and really understanding that and being able to provide solutions for that.
Absolutely. Okay.
All right. When we were talking over the weekend, you started getting into a conversation about space.
Yes.
Expand on that a little bit more in terms of what excites and inspires you about that, and what relevance do you think that has for businesses today?
Space, the final frontier, as they said.
I knew that was coming.
I'm into this phrase, decoding space or decolonizing space. And by decolonizing space, it's taking the opposite approach of what colonizing means. And to decolonize space, I want to, it should be accessible for you, just like it is for Tom and Becky. In fact, when I do speeches around the country, I try to make sure who's responsible. I just did this. I just did this the other day because I was at SpaceX. I was taking my son to SpaceX. My 10-year-old son, I want him to see stuff. So while I was there, I was letting an audience know who's bringing Roscoe's Chicken and Waffle to outer space. Just this morning, we know that, or actually this weekend, the Virgin Galactic, they have the oldest man to now go into space for a little bit with the two sisters. Sisters need their hair care product, the supply chain. Who's taking care of your hair? We have to start thinking this way. This is the future of work. You didn't know that being working at a dispensary was going to be a job now that it's legal. So bud tender is a future of work job that 10 years ago, you were incarcerated for that. Now you can actually have a job in that. So when we talk about space, we have to be looking at what are it's not just the spaceship going into space. We're talking about hotels. We're talking about living there. That's what the game plan is, the furtherance of humanity. So we, the culture, what are we going to bring to space that is ours? We have to start thinking that way. Be it our product, be it our culture, all of our culture needs to be exported into space. And the next Sydney must be thinking in terms of how I'm getting my product from point A to point B. Those plannings now need to happen because in 1960, they was already planning and sending satellites that have now passed Pluto. Right. So if you were look at that margin gap. So in the 60s, 70s, they're planning to do that. Black folks in Mississippi, where Dr. Kales is from, they were in another struggle. They didn't have that luxury to even think that way. Right. Now we're in a time singularity is real. The next 10 years is more important than the last 100. We are now at the capability of turning science fiction into science fact. So that's why I tell my son, is the Johns family going to the moon or are you going to take us to Mars? He's only 10, but I'm getting him to think futuristically now because a part of space is future literacy. And that's something that I'd want everybody, you probably heard of financial literacy. Black folks are part of the Black Business Network. They know about the financial literacy. Mental literacy is one, but I'd like to further that to say future literacy. Every day, at least 15 half hour of your day should be on your future. And in fact, you might want to go see the end and then go backwards. See the end. What do you want your end to be if it's not going into space, but see your end and then go backwards, because that'll then take you to where you want to be in life. If you don't see the end, you're clueless to your unknown. And that's a big problem with Black businesses, not being able to see what does 20 years look like. Here's how you see that. Ask when the BET award is versus when the Super Bowl 58 will be played. They'll tell you when Super Bowl will be played at 2:00 in the year 2027 at this time. But next year's BET award, they're still trying to scramble on the date.
You know, let's maybe delve into this a little bit more in terms of future, seeing the future and the uncertainty that looking at the future brings and our relationship with uncertainty. What is it that you see as necessary when you're being a futurist, you know, looking out at the end in mind, where you're going to be, what you want it to be? What do you see as being necessary in terms of a relationship with the concept of uncertainty and using that to inspire your work today?
Absolutely. That's a very good question. So I look at future one, we got to start with there are many futures. As much as you see the stars at night, there are that many futures. It's not what Hollywood says that makes the future. You are dialed into the future. Every human being is dialed into the future. And that future really is broken down to words like insight, foresight. Those are future words. To have foresight, vision. These are daily words. But here's one that you'll really like. Right now, we're just coming off of Hurricane Hillary on the West Coast.
Right.
In order to get that, we had to have this word called forecast. Forecast. What is the 7-day forecast of weather in your respective community? Look at that word. Forecasting. That's a part of your future literacy. By forecasting, I need to now be able to know, hey, here's what I want in life. I don't know how I'm going to go about getting it. Manifesting is a key tool. These are these things that we have innately in us. As a child, when a child's hungry, what does it do? Screams, cries. That's letting it know, hey, there's something that needs to happen. I need to be fed. I need something. There's a call to action there. So for us to charter the uncertainty right now in this data-driven world, we look at the assets that we have, the factoids that we have, the data that we have to charter the unknown. And a good example of that has been COVID. COVID was this unknown. So what did we do during COVID? We made the pivot. You remember that word? Everybody, that's when that word became really popular. Had to make a pivot into the unknown.
Yeah, there's I did a talk recently on the power of the phrases what if and why not as a part of dealing with that uncertainty piece. And you talked a little bit earlier about spending, I don't remember if it was 5% or 10% of your time thinking about the future. So talk about some ways, practical ways that the folks who are listening to you today can put that into place, you know, put it into practice. You know, what are some things that they can do each day that helps build their future vision or their, you know, comfort with uncertainty?
Yes, that's a very good question. And the first thing that I would say, and probably the most powerful thing that I'm going to say, is to be the observer, to be a watcher. What's going on in today's world right now? Just yesterday down the street or while driving, you know, I noticed a robot making a delivery. The robot made a delivery right on La Brea Boulevard, and in there while I was at the stoplight, and I've seen this before, but on this particular occasion, I looked at it because it was actually in a rougher neighborhood. And I was thinking to myself, nobody's messing with that device. Even though it's in a rough neighborhood, nobody's going to touch it. Isn't that interesting? Because it's loaded with gadgets, got GPS tracking. And as soon as you touch it, it can do something, then the police come. By observing that, what other businesses can, what else is to come? Here's a robot that's doing a delivery. What is it delivering? What is it delivering? And should I also create a delivery service? I'm being observant, just watching that. I'm looking at relationships. Right now, growing up, I didn't have to be dialed into mental wellness. Right now, rappers are talking about mental wellness. Technology, where is social media taking things? We're moving fast. I just mentioned that the next 10 years is more important than the last 100. Well, if you never heard that, you at least know that life is moving fast. So you're aware that technology is happening. We went from 4G to 5G to now people are talking about artificial intelligence. What is this thing called AI? We're seeing more and more robots. We're learning about drones. We're seeing drones not just used as for fun, but drones for forest fires. Be the observer. And as you observe, you will start to spindle new ideas. And the good nesting ground for that is children's cartoons or any sci-fi movie.
Talk about maybe the most unconventional decision you've made in dealing with uncertainty, that at the time you made it, maybe folks were looking at you like, what are you thinking about? What are you doing? That it turned out to be a game changer.
Probably, I'd say most recently this new mixtape project. So I'm dealing with, smart cities, space technology, autonomous vehicles, consumer electronic products. But where everything started with me initially was from the music game. And it's so funny that as much as I try to shake that and advance to other things, it's still there. And so most recently just saying, hey, of all these other things that you're doing, the mixtape circuit, and now bringing a Web3 spin to it. I did that operating in uncertainty, the unknown, and I moved off of gut instinct. And so the answer to that is it was my gut instinct that really, and this is connecting with the future. So there's, what you manifest, and then there's you have in our godlike abilities, this gut instinct. And so I felt that just having certain knowledge of the streets, the intel, so to speak, and knowing that this would be a solution over here, this could be a game-changing twist, let's mesh these two worlds together. And that's how we got 80-something views in 2 days and 300 and something comments. So that was really just operated. It hadn't been done before. I use these people that you would least expect to make this happen. Cover model that has nothing to do with music, but wants to get involved. And then an artist who is on a different stage in his career. And now, as E40 say, I put the sandwich together and made a good one. And it worked.
Okay, good. We only have time maybe for 2 more questions. Maybe one, but I guess the first question, Black culture has always been about excellence, resourcefulness, creativity, to get by, to make things happen, to be successful. We were always having to be creative and resourceful, always having to be more determined than maybe others. Talk about the state of Black culture now, and where do you see it going? Putting on your futurist hat, where do you see it going, and how is technology going to be a driver of that?
Awesome. Well, one of the things that I'm very excited about is the amount of Black folks getting into tech, and it's for that. I've actually created Tech with Soul, a brand that gives a voice. It's a platform voice for entrepreneurs and startups and those Black in tech. You could learn more at techwithsoul.live. But for me, yes, I'm very happy to see, and we've been at the forefront of ushering young cats into this Web3 world. That's their NFT crypto. Crypto happens to be a major area where Black folks are really getting involved in, especially those who have been unbanked, don't really trust the banks. So the unbanks have gotten involved with crypto. Crypto day traders, that's also an emerging market that has really popped off for the Black community. But I was lost in terms of looking at the state of things. I think that we have a new generation of folks that have gotten into tech, that are embracing it, that are awoken, that are realized that we have to figure this stuff out now to get ahead. So again, the next 10 years being more important than the last 100. I have a gang of folks from the great state of California. Shouts out to the mob there in Chicago, Atlanta, Houston, Texas, New York, that are really, and Miami, that are really embracing this and really trailblazing. So I'm excited to see what the future holds. There's a lot of startups, entrepreneurs that realize that they have value and are not taking any shorts. By that is to say that we're not going to get pimped like the record game did. Now, the tech game, people understand that I am of value. It's all about equity. And so I think I'm very pleased to see how many brothers and sisters are realizing that they are of value to the ecosystem and cut the check. Cut the check.
All right. We probably are out of time. And I want to give you a chance to tell people the best way to reach out to you, whether it's they've got a business that they want to maybe retain you for, or just ways to collaborate, etc. What's the best way for folks to reach you?
Yes, you can reach me at mikejohns.ceo. That's my personal website. There, it connects directly to my WhatsApp, so that messages go directly to the phone. Otherwise, you could also find me on LinkedIn under Mike Johns Digital Mind State.
Okay. All right. Well, this has been a fascinating interview, fascinating conversation. I really appreciate your time. I'm sure the folks out there got a ton from listening to you, and I would strongly recommend folks to reach out to you and find ways to interact with you and your company, et cetera. And again, just want to thank you very much for being here for the interview today.
Thank you for having me. Shouts out to the whole Black Business Network.
Okay. And I know that there's a moderator on as well, so I'm going to turn it back over to them. And as Dr. Kelly is fond of saying, genius is common, and we'll see you on the other side.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, that was a fascinating interview. So for those who are out there, go to his website, look at some of the things that they're working on. But the idea of really just opening yourself up to thinking and exploring what's possible in the future, and what that holds for you and your company, or your career. Hey, Dr. Wise.
Hello. Thank you for that wonderful introduction that you and Mike did. It was awesome, the collaboration, all the wise things that he said. And he already told us where we can reach him. So thank you so much. Genius is common, and we'll see y'all on the other side.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
The Black Business Expo mission is to raise funds for high school seniors going to college or K-12 entrepreneurs. The expo is a fundraiser for students who may go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com to donate to the scholarship fund, or you can use the Cash App that should be on the screen, or it's $BBXUSA. Our goal is to give laptops to up to $5,000 to 10 students. Students may also register online at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com. Every dollar counts. So we want to remember to donate to the scholarship fund. We also want to thank our Black Business Expo USA sponsor for August 2023. NC 100, Moody Capital Partners, Suede Soul, Lotus Rouche Coaching and Training, Carolina, Virginia Minority Suppliers Development Council, Step Management, BHS Associates, Margie McLean Foundation, Inc., Genius is Common, Earth Essentials, Melanie Shinani Global, Executive Women Success Institute, The Quality Coaching Company, Superwoman Business Services, Creative Force Studio, Lee Entertainment, Artistry App Design, All New Beginning LLC, and Black Business Expo USA. Genius is common, and I'll see you on the other side.
What if you could build your own city? A place where every child can find nurturing people to help them achieve their full potential. A place where every adult can access job training support, where health education is abundant, where social justice ruled the land. A place without limitations. Welcome. You have arrived at STEM City USA. It is what every city should be. A safe and trusted community where you find people and resources to help you become everything you are and beyond. STEM City is unlike anything you have ever experienced. It is a digital twin of the world around you, only better. STEM City is about energy and soul renewal. It is more than a digital world. You can almost feel the power of live cultural events, music, and theater. STEM City promises a better future for children with caring mentors and hands-on activities with dedicated tutors to support our youth. STEM City is your passport to a healthy lifestyle with weekly events addressing our community's many issues. STEM City is your financial well-being with helpful information on wealth management, career advancement, job training, and so much more. STEM City is the community you deserve. It is the city where your dreams can come true. STEM City USA, a place in the sky that is accessible to all who reach for the stars.
Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school, all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students.
Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world.
I'd like you to imagine with me, if you will, opening an app where you can collaborate with like-minded individuals from around the world, get inspiration and in-app tools to launch and grow your business, as well as share your knowledge and earn compensation, all in one app. Well, the name of that app is Truso, short for Truly Social. Hi, I'm Matthew Newman, the founder and CEO of Truso, a new concept in social media. Truso is designed from the ground up to be a platform that's both social and empowering for all its users. How exactly do we do that? I'm glad you asked. First, Truso brings the world together via video. Psychologists assert that video provides a significantly more effective connection than audio only. When you enter a community on Truso, you're face to face. Second, on Truso, you don't have to have 1 million followers to monetize. Our business model allows all hosts and moderators to monetize, no matter the size of your following, by 1, producing fee-based content, and 2, inviting others to join the platform as subscribers. Even more, Trousseau has an in-app resource library with over 100 free resources, forms, and documents to help you build your brand and grow your business. Third, Trousseau is inclusive. The deaf and hard of hearing communities make up 360 million people worldwide. Unlike audio-only apps, Trousseau embraces this community, providing a networking platform that allows them to participate via video and closed captioning. We even have a deaf and hard of hearing foundation in the works as well. Fourth, Trousseau is both social and safe. We refer to Trousseau as a virtual extension of the beauty shop, barbershop, and brainchild of the community. A place where there's laughter, along with wisdom, growth-oriented conversation, and genuine connections in a safe space. Trousseau even has proprietary security to ensure we maintain a safe environment for everyone. Where are we at now? Trousseau is live, y'all. We've launched in beta and we're acquiring users daily. We have an incredible development and marketing team, plus amazing celebrity influencers at the table, helping us spread the word around the globe, beginning within the African diaspora and beyond by creating a safe space for growth, connection, and collaboration. We're truly excited about Trousseau. We've created something special for which there is a global market. And we invite you to embark on this journey with us as a shareholder. The future for Trousseau is truly bright. Join us and let's go there together.
Did you know that approximately 333.34 million businesses exist today, according to a report from 2021? And you may be one of those businesses, or maybe you're not in the business market yet, but you're aspiring to be a business owner. Well, guess what? You're in the right place at the right time. Because let's face it, everything is about timing and opportunity. Hi, my name is Dr. Lotus Richey, and I'm the CEO and founder of the Lotus Richey Coaching and Consulting LLC, along with the Lotus Richey Ignite Show. 15 minutes of success with Dr. Lotus Richey, as well as books to boom your business and bring who you are. And today, I want to bring this amazing message to you about the Black Business Network and the Black Business Olympics. See, the Black Business Network and the Black Business Olympics is designed to help people just like you, that's right, that look like me, to take their business to the next level. Not just in your front yard or your backyard, but globally. The Black Business Network and Black Business Olympics is designed not to just help you survive, but to help you thrive. So join us today as we come together with businesses all around the world to support our students, our children, our young teens, our young entrepreneurs. What we do is we come together to help raise funds for students who are aspiring to be business entrepreneurs, who are aspiring and who are thriving in college. We endow them with a wonderful opportunity to gain scholarship of either a laptop or several thousands of dollars. And we invite you to help be a contributor to this amazing opportunity to help someone that looks just like you. So join us today at our website and let us connect with you and help you ignite and take flight in every area of your life on the Black Business Network and the Black Business Olympics. I'll see you on the other side.
You are in the right place at the right time. The Black Business Network opens again for its Black Business Olympics, a 24/7 broadcast on business, strategies, global branding, social media marketing, finance, advertisement, and much, much more. Featuring the top, most powerful entrepreneurs and speakers and thought leaders from all around the world as they gather together for this phenomenal event. Join the Black Business Network streaming live into the metaverse, STEM City USA, Black Multiverse, Pod TV, Roku, Hulu, iHeartRadio, Apple TV, YouTube, TikTok, Instagram, Google Podcasts, Facebook, LinkedIn, IBM TV, Spotify, and Twitch. Tune in today and be a part of this amazing movement. The Black Business Olympics welcomes you.
The Black Business Expo's mission is to raise funds for high school seniors going to college or K through 12 entrepreneurs. This expo is a fundraiser for students. Please, you may go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com to donate to the scholarship fund or use the Cash App at $BB.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
Good afternoon, business owners, entrepreneur, thought leaders, and corporations. Welcome to the Black Business Network. My name is Dr. Tanya T. Wise, and I am the founder and CEO of All New Beginnings, which helps you cultivate your purpose with your passion for you to have a profit. I am the business moderator for this afternoon on the Black Business Network. The Black Business Network is a 24-hour network showcasing Black businesses, business owners, entrepreneurs, and thought leaders worldwide. We have speakers from North Carolina, London, Singapore, Africa, Japan, and cities all over the United States. The Black Business Network is a global community sharing its business knowledge to empower, inspire, as well as educate businesses about business. This afternoon, I'm going to bring up Melanie Perry, who is a certified financial planner. Melanie Perry has been helping people create sustainable wealth by making wise decisions for over 2 decades. She is known for making financial concepts easy to understand, which helps people make sound and empowerment financial decisions. Melanie caters to women entrepreneurs by providing solid strategies that work. Her passion for financial literacy extends to educating women and children about basic money management through her financial literacy and education company, Zillionaire Enterprise. She has been recognized by many national organizations for these efforts, including Los Angeles Women's Chapter of the NAACP. Help me welcome to the stage Melanie, who is also an author. She wrote the book All About the Benjamins. Hello, Melanie.
Good morning, good afternoon, good evening to wherever people are in the world today. Dr. Wise, it's a pleasure to see you.
It's a pleasure meeting you. I'm going to leave you to the stage. It's all yours. Take it away. Genius is common, and I'll see you on the other side.
Indeed, indeed. So I am grateful for this opportunity, as always, to be able to share some insights as it relates to our financial health and well-being. And through a spiritual lens, I help women entrepreneurs over 40 to build sustainable wealth. And through my credentials, professional credentials as a CFP, certified financial planner, and my God-given gifts by like a self-ordained therapist, I help my clients to heal their money wounds by creating an opportunity for them to be consistent, confident, and courageous in making sound money decisions. So, when you're in business, there are three things that a business needs. And that's income, of course, freedom, as well as impact. And so at Zillionaire Enterprises, we focus on creating financial freedom by helping women entrepreneurs master their personal finances by creating their own economy and ultimately making a positive impact in the world, creating legacies that make the world a better place. And if you've been in business for minutes or you are thinking about being in business, you may have heard of, work hard, play hard. You may have been introduced to the hustle mentality, side hustles, and kind of that grind when it comes to accumulating wealth. But I'm here to share with you today that there are many definitions of wealth. And what we've been introduced to or more familiar with is more of the masculine energy. So I'm going to share with you some highlights of a broader definition of wealth, as well as incorporating some of the feminine aspects of the wealth building process. So, as I mentioned, there are many definitions of wealth, and you can surf the internet to come up with 100 different versions of them. A couple of them that I like, one is by Bob Proctor, and he defines wealth as the pursuit of a worthy idea. Maya Angelou defines wealth or success is about enjoying the work. Now, when asked in a study by Charles Schwab in 2016, women actually define wealth by the things that you can't buy, like good health or the feeling of gratitude and peace of mind, as well as a solid relationship and being stress-free about money. So, are you ready for my definition of wealth? Well, here we go. True wealth is when you have harmony between all domains of wealth, and that's mentally, physically, spiritually, relationally, that is a word, I didn't make that up, and financially. So it's not just based on money, but financial wealth occurs when your money is actually working for you, creating consistent income regardless of any market conditions. Now, this happens when you own income generating assets like a business or investments. And so your business needs to be set up in a way where you can remove yourself from the daily management or go on vacation, and the business can still produce income without you. And passive income comes from investments that don't require a lot of energy in order to produce the income, at least according to the IRS. That's the IRS definition of it. Now, businesses like car washes, vending machines, and laundromats generate passive income. Even though there's work like managing property, it's minimal in the eyes of the IRS. And when it comes to your business, I ask you, what kind of automations have you added to your various revenue sources that are going to come to you without any ongoing effort? In other words, what additional income sources have you created where it's like a set it and forget it, right? And think about what can you add if you haven't considered these factors already. Now, one thing that I have added are affiliate programs. I often suggest a platform called QuickBooks to my clients to get their books, their finances, business finances in order and hold themselves accountable and be able to maintain that understanding of their cash flow through QuickBooks. And so I said, well, I need to have that as an affiliate since it's something that I commonly recommend. Now, the clients, many clients that I have various types of businesses. And for my clients who are therapists, I have encouraged them to create journals, and you can sell that on Etsy or Amazon or directly on your website, right? And, they encourage their clients all the time as a part of their therapeutic healing to write in journals. And since you're referring them to do that anyway, why not let it be your journal that they purchase and use, right? You can incorporate various affirmations, and perhaps there's particular tools and processes that you go through with many of your clients where you can incorporate that, into your journal. So whether you have a service-based business or you've got a product-based business, oftentimes service-based businesses are like, well, what kind of product, can I create? And so I just gave you an example, of a product. So, be mindful of one, not being in a box, right? Being thinking innovatively and creatively, how you can bring additional streams of income into your cash flow, into your business without creating an additional task or job or position, for yourself. There may be an initial onset of, focus to get the ball rolling, but as it, in order to maintain it, there's very little, effort in order to maintain that. So today, ask yourself, what passive income stream can you add to your business that will take minimal effort and maintain added value to your clients? Because remember, yes, genius is common and abundance is your birthright. We were all born wealthy. And sometimes that's something that we forget, as we're bouncing around through life. There's so many things coming at us, and we don't always keep in the forefront of our mind that we were born wealthy. So at this point, what I want you to do is to begin to embrace this zillionaire wealth mindset by creating harmony between these various domains of wealth, again, which include the mental, physical, relational, spiritual, and of course that financial piece. And so let's break down a little bit of how wealth has a tendency to show up to us from a masculine perspective. And there are a few themes that I want to break down to give us some additional insight on that. So when we commonly think of wealth, we think in building wealth and having a business, we feel that it has to be, very goal driven. You set goals, got to attain the goals, your milestones, for those particular goals. There's kind of an assertiveness that has to happen. There's a lot of linear focus and very much focus on, well, what's reality, what's going on right now, what's logical in terms of the goals that you're setting for yourself. There's an element of competition, in the mix of that, and being very analytical, right? Now, I'm not suggesting that any of these things are bad, but anytime you focus too much on one energy, it leads to toxicity, which in essence is the world we're in right now. So we need to begin to weave in more so it's happening, but we need to be aware of the feminine components of the wealth building process that's going to create harmony to the existing strong masculine presence. And so on the feminine side, being intuitive, right? Now, the value of being intuitive versus purely analytical is that you can create your business plan. You can look at the stats, the numbers, you can, go through that whole process and ignore that gut feeling, ignore that something just might not feel right about the numbers, right? So then that's where your intuitive guidance needs to take over and begin to take some of that analytical information and really get you really need to kind of sit still, be still and know that God is, and assess based upon the data that you gathered, which is important. How do you feel about this data? And do you feel that you will be going in the right, direction? I remember listening to Rachel Rogers, who is the owner of Hello 7. She has a podcast, and when one of her, in the pursuit of her writing her book and publishing it, We Should All Be Millionaires, her business advisor, CPA, one of the professionals on her team, indicated that Black women just don't sell very many books on wealth, and not to really, I think she wanted to, I think the advisor was suggesting to charge $10 or something like that for the book. And she was like, no, we're going full throttle, full price with this. And, it's a go. And, that advisor with good intentions just didn't feel like it would be successful based upon the stats of the past, right? As if you can't create new statistics, moving forward. But that's another story. So she moved forward in publishing her book and has sold hundreds of thousands, of copies, making it a very, very grand success. So you can't always go by what's on paper, right? We are in and moving further in a space of time where we're making new milestones, and new firsts, if you will, in the area of people of color coming to the forefront, establishing businesses and enterprises, and women entering the marketplace, expanding things that they have started and scaling to higher and higher heights. And therefore, it's been thousands of years since women have been in the forefront in the area of money, business, and finance, we're coming back, to this space. We're going to be making new statistics. So you can't go by what's currently present. I shouldn't even say currently. You can't go by, the most recent history and be able to dictate, this is how you can proceed moving forward, because we're innovative, creatures, and we're making new strides and new goals. Collaborating. So collaboration is one of the key components of the wealth building process. When you collaborate, you are successful. When you overcompete, because competition is good, healthy competition is great, but when you overcompete, you stomp on the present demographics as a means to be the only one at the top. And there's actually an element of a scarcity mentality when it comes to a full throttle competitive, standpoint. It's like, you've got to win, you've got to be on top by any means necessary. And that doesn't include the true reality that we're living in an abundant universe, an abundant planet. And when we're in alignment, there is enough to go around. So there's no need to feel like if I win, you lose. And there's no need to feel that there's not enough to go around. So recognizing that you do want to rise to the occasion, to be your best. And at the same time, you can also pull someone else up as you reach higher and higher heights. So being creative, right? So some people know that I have designed jewelry, real accessories. And so that particular process is a creative process. There's a process to how I create, but it's not linear by any stretch of the imagination. So I've designed purses in my time, clutch bags and shoulder bags. And when I would think about what colors I want to create, what textures, what I would do is I have a bag of scrap leather, and I would throw all the leather on the floor, and then I'd begin to color coordinate and I'd see various textures, colors, and I'd begin to just kind of put them in a pile. And then I'd begin to create from that. Now, oftentimes people would ask me, like, oh my gosh, this is beautiful. It's great. I love it. Do you teach a class? No, I don't. I don't have that skill set to be able to teach someone to be creative. That's not my gift. My gift comes into making financial concepts easy to understand and to embrace so that you can apply them on a consistent and regular basis, with ease, not helping someone create a craft of a sort. But my point in that is the creative process is something that's more free flowing, it's more whimsical versus linear and logical. Now, there's an element of logic in that. So that's why we can't be so on one side or the other as it relates to masculine and feminine energy to build wealth. It's a blend of both of them because in the creative process, it's a process. I started with 1, I dump it all the leather on the floor. 2, I would begin to put the colors, together. 3, I would begin to match the various shapes and begin to formulate them in the pattern of a clutch bag, or sometimes based upon the patterns, I'm like, it would be better as a shoulder bag, but I never, but I didn't start out with going to make a shoulder bag. However the pieces lay was the result of what I was going to end up making. So that's also another feminine component, which is going with the flow. Now, when you go with the flow, it allows for a little give, right? And so while there's benefit and purpose in being goal driven, my goal was to make an accessory, right? But what accessory, how big, how large, all of that came in the creative process through the allowance of flow. So when you're in the process of starting a business, you do want to have a particular goal and objective. And usually that comes from, ideally, you want that to come from your the wealth that you were born with, your talents, some skill, a gift, that you have that you're very good at. And as a result of that, you can monetize that accordingly. Now, you have others who are told or were born into, the family business, and it's not really their passion or their drive, and therefore they're really not successful with it, or they might be successful and they don't feel as if they're a success. They feel like there's something missing, and that's because they weren't in a space where they were able to pursue their particular passion, right? So while you can be goal driven, you also want to allow for the flow. You want to allow for the process to begin to unfold as you stay in alignment with your higher power, whether you call your higher power source, God, universe, Allah, Jesus, whatever you want to call the spiritual being that you are most connected to. So as hopefully you've been able to see how having this harmony between both the masculine and feminine energy allows you to be more effective in your pursuit of wealth. And so as I begin to come to a close here, I always like to wrap up with the format to begin to build sustainable wealth. So what I want you to do is I want you to think from a perspective of, okay, so let's look at this pyramid. And anytime you're building anything, you want to have a solid foundation. In the area of finance, we're going to have a solid financial foundation. And that consists of 3 buckets at least. And this can apply for your personal as well as your business. So these 3 buckets on the personal side is having a dip account, emergency account, and the wealth account. On the business side, you would have a, goodness, I just lost my train of thought. On the business side, you're going to have the operational account. It was coming. The operations account, the, not resource, goodness. The account that will be like a rebound account, if you will. And then you're going to have a wealth account as well for the business. Reserve, that was the word. It's coming, y'all. So let me just repeat that. On the business side, you'd have a reserve account. You have your operational account, and you have your future goal, future project account. Okay. Now the foundation functions the same again for each one. So for the dip account on the personal side and the reserve account on the business side, that's where you're going to have about a month of your resources, of your income set aside there, your income or your expenses, either one. The greater amount that you have, the better, more secure your foundation will be. The objective of these accounts is if something comes up, let's say there's a conference that you just happen to find out about, or some kind of business opportunity, and you want to, take advantage of that, you would dip into your dip account on the personal side, or into your reserve account on the business side, and go to that conference. Oftentimes things come up where you're like, oh man, I didn't know about it, and it's happening next week, and you got to, make arrangements to get there, or flights or whatnot. And so you would dip into your reserve account on the business side for that. On the personal side, things pop up as well. If you're in the sandwich generation, taking care of your children, you're taking care of family, and you might need to fly out to help mom and dad, or fly out to help auntie, you would dip into your dip account for those types of things. Or you've been working around the clock, it is time for replenishment and to exercise self-care, you would dip into your dip account for that. You would pay for it on your credit card, but you would ultimately, pay for it on your credit card, but you would pay the credit card off from the dip account. Now, the emergency account and the operational account kind of work the same way as well. So on the emergency side, you have 3 to 6 months at least, 6 to 12 months at best. And then on the operational side, same thing. Have at least 3 months of your operations expenses in your operations account for the business. Now, that again is kind of acting as like an emergency, situation, where sometimes in business we have various seasons, right? And some months are very cash flow rich, some months are cash flow poor. And so we still have salaries that we need to pay, expenses that we need to pay to keep the business in a full operation. And so you would access the operational funds for those types of ebbs and flows during those seasonal times. On the personal side, if there's an emergency, like here in California, there was an earthquake yesterday, along with the hurricane and tumultuous storm. So we all have to prepare, for that. So if there's a natural disaster, if there is, the decline in cash flow from the business, then this is where you would access resources in order to cover those monthly personal expenses. Now, the wealth account for you personally and the future projects, i.e. wealth account for the business, is for future growth, right? So again, these things function the same way in that, let's say you wanted to build up an investment portfolio, buy real estate, you would want to build up the funds in this particular account in order to purchase that real estate. With that's on the personal side. On the business side, the future projects could be maybe you want to write a book, you want to start a podcast, you want to do a retreat, you want to purchase a building. You would set monies aside for that particular project in the future projects account. Now, you want to have specific accounts for each one of these objectives. So you could ultimately end up with 7 to 11 accounts between you business wise and personally, because it's beneficial to have to purposefully spend your money, and therefore to have purposeful accounts, bank accounts, savings accounts, or money market accounts where you know, okay, I've got to my goal, I've accumulated $10,000 into my my DIP account, and I've accumulated $20,000 into my reserve account in the business. So you met that goal. Now, whenever you have to access it, you know how much should be in those accounts so that you can replenish. So your marker of when you need to really put in a pause of after you've accessed and dipped into those accounts, I encourage people to use a 50% stop loss. So let's say you accumulated $10,000 into the DIP account. When it gets to 5,000, that's when you need to pump the brakes, and and that's your zero. That's your, I don't have any money. Because if you think about it, if you actually had no money, you wouldn't be spending it, right? So you want to always allow yourself to have some cushion, and to also position yourself so you have some bells to ring, that when you get to a certain floor, that you now need to pay more attention and to pivot and to focus on bringing in more money, and not saying yes, you can help a friend out financially. That's when you have to start saying no. So this is kind of a forefront to giving you some insight on some rules of engagement you can establish for your finances, as well as beginning to create some boundaries. Because sometimes when we are in a space of abundance, we've got cash flow, we've got money, set aside. It's easy for heart-centered individuals to say, yes, I can help you. Yes, I've got some funds. Yes, I can let you borrow it. Yes, you can pay me back, right? And the next thing you know, you've depleted, your cash, your reserve. So how do you stop that? Well, you've got to create some rules of engagement. So what I've shared with you as I come to a close, that this is the first layer of establishing a solid financial foundation. Another component to this is making sure the next layer to this is making sure you're now positioning yourself to make your money now start working for you. So that's when you are beginning to invest in assets beyond your business. Okay. So one prime example of that is real estate, right? Owning the building of which you facilitate your business is one example. Owning mixed use property, right? Now, as you become more and more aware of the various tax strategies, there are various types of tax planning strategies that will help you lower your tax liability by making contributions into certain assets that allow you to get a tax deduction. Okay, so these are the types of things where a financial advisor, a certified financial planner, can give you some insight and direction. CPAs, you would think that they would provide you with this information, and some do, but many are doing tax compliance, which means they're just filing your taxes or preparing your taxes. They're not really doing tax planning. A certified financial planner is a person that is looking at your overall situation and guiding you according to the goals that you've set for yourself, and then also being in tune to your money values. Your money values are just as important as your pursuit of wealth and the goals that you're seeking to achieve. Now, at the very top of this investment pyramid, so we have the foundation with the 3 buckets. We're now purchasing income generating assets, and also assets that allow you to reduce your tax liability. The next layer is some of the fun stuff, right? So these are alternative investments that have a higher risk. Now, as you are building your wealth, you want to protect it along the way. And that's where insurances and trusts come into play. So the various types of insurances: business insurance, liability insurance, health insurance, life insurance, disability insurance, long-term care. Another layer to this protection is to have, I forgot to mention that homeowners and auto insurance. But another layer of protection is to ensure that you have the right business entity. Everybody doesn't need an LLC. Okay. It depends on what your goals are for your business to determine whether or not you need an LLC. And then even with an LLC, there's some tax strategies you want to be mindful of, because once you make that $50,000-$70,000 in revenue from your business and you own an LLC, have an LLC, you're registered as one, then there are tax strategies you want to be mindful of to be able to keep more money in your pocket. And that's where a tax planner is very beneficial. And again, that CPA may or may not be a tax planner. Oftentimes, just due to the volume of work, they're focused a lot on tax compliance, just making sure that they have prepared your tax return. Now, the other layer of protection as you are building your wealth is to have a trust, a family living trust. Now, there's tons of different kinds of trust, but like Trust 101 would be to have a family living trust where you are clear about who you want your money to go to, when you want it to go to them, and why, right? And this calls for having crucial conversations with your loved ones to determine who would be your executor, the person that's going to be managing over the trust, who are going to be the recipients of it, and what are you doing to prepare them for the generational wealth that you're setting up for them. I listen to Steve Harvey periodically, and he'll say, "This is my money." You kids are going to have to figure out how to earn money yourself. And I find that to be a very valuable tool or a mindset that he's instilling in them, in that they have to understand, they have to develop and cultivate a worth ethic, and to not just be spoiled, brats, so to speak. So this isn't to say don't create generational wealth. Whatever it is you want to do is what you want to do, but to prepare them accordingly to be able to manage the wealth and to create generational wealth moving forward, or for them to be able to have that skill set and ability and knowledge to do it for themselves, right? Because you can donate your wealth to a nonprofit organization upon your transition and also instill the mindset and the structures and the skill sets for your children to create wealth themselves. There's two different kind of perspectives of how generational wealth can look, right? Probably more than just two, but we don't have to be locked into, the notion of, quote, giving our kids what we have created, because they came into this space with their own passion and goals, and they just might not want to take up the family business, right? And so they shouldn't have to feel guilted into that, right? So I hope that what I have shared with you today has been fruitful, has been insightful. And for those of you who are listening, you can definitely reach me at, my handle on Instagram, Facebook, Twitter, and now what's the new one? Thrive, or goodness. Thread, thank you. Is Zillionaire. Now, Zillionaire is spelled ZEALLIONAIRE. So that's it. ZEAL, and it's 2 L's. Sometimes people forget that. So you can find me on those channels through that handle, and I appreciate the time spent. And shall I say, genius is common.
Thank you, Ms. Perry, for all that you shared with us today. You gave some wonderful nuggets. I hope people was listening, especially about the LLC and not having to have it, and when to have it and prepare, and then when to switch. And so I'm sure that there will be people contacting you for that. Me, for one, because I work with a lot of different entrepreneurs, and I feel that this is something that they need. And I've been looking for someone that I could refer some people to. So thank you for coming on today and sharing all your knowledge and insight. Genius is common, and we'll see you on the other side.
Thank you.
Black Business Expo mission is to raise funds for high school seniors going to college or K through 12 entrepreneurs. This expo is a fundraiser for students who can go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com. You also can donate to the scholarship fund. You can use Cash App, $BBXUSA. Our goal is to give away laptops up to $5,000 to 10 students, and students can also register online at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com. Every dollar counts. So we want to remind you to donate to the scholarship fund. We also would like to thank our Black Business Expo USA sponsors for August 2023. NC 100, Moody Capital Partners, Suede Soul, Lotus Rouche Coaching and Training, Carolina, Virginia Minority Supplier Development Council, Step Management, BHS and Associates, Margie McLean Foundation Incorporated, Inc., Genius is Common, Earth Essentials, Milani Shanae Global Women's Success Institute, The Quality Coaching Company, Superwoman Business Services, Creative Force Studio, Lee Entertainment, Artistry App Design, All New Beginning LLC, and Black Business Expo USA. Genius is Common, and I'll see you on the other side.
How you doing? I'm Rodney Allen Rippey. Yeah, the child actor. Well, now, leading man. Some of you might remember back in the day, the Harlem Globetrotters popcorn machine. Remember that? Well, it was a Saturday morning special that would come on, and I was there with Geese and Tex and Meadowlark Lemon. Remember the show? Well, I had a great time. And I have to say a huge, huge thank you to all my fans out there. Thank you for all the years of support. I went on from the entertainment industry. I started getting into producing and directing. And now, hey, here I am. I'm a studio executive here in Burbank, California at 2526 Studios. I have to say, it's been pretty good, but the best is yet to come. Please stay encouraged. Keep reaching for your dreams and never forget that genius is common. Remember that. Genius is common. No matter what anyone says to you, no matter how tough the road may get, keep striving. Keep reaching for your dreams. And always know that you are worth it. Everything that you put into yourself, everything good that you pour into your life, you are worth it. And when the times get tough, when things don't go exactly right, it's okay. Dust your shoulders off. Stand up strong. And remember, genius is common.
In the heart of America, there are dreams waiting to be realized. dreams of owning a home, creating a haven for families, and building a future. Yet, there are 13 million mortgage-ready home buyers and nearly 20 million renter households who have the credit and income to qualify for a mortgage but remain left out of the home buying process. These potential home buyers are in urban and rural America, where dreams should flourish. The big banks, the giants of finance, have all exited the mortgage lending business, decreasing their lending footprints across America. They are no longer present and active in these communities. Instead of offering opportunities for home ownership, some of these banks have chosen a different path. They have decided to become mega landlords. They have chosen to invest billions of dollars in rental homes, leaving potential home buyers with fewer options and stuck in a cycle of renting without the chance to build equity and create a legacy for their families. Here is the shocking truth. A report issued by the Home Ownership Council of America revealed that if lenders were to step forward and serve this underserved market, they could conservatively increase their loan volume by $1.5 trillion. $1.5 trillion. This is a $1 trillion business opportunity, ripe for the taking. That's why I Have a Dream Home is here. We support the American dream of home ownership in urban and rural America. We believe in the power of social consciousness and the impact it can have on people's lives. Investing in urban and rural America is not just good business sense. It's a moral imperative. Our mission is clear. Become the go-to mortgage lender in these communities. Create a pathway to home ownership for all Americans, breaking the cycle of poverty by empowering families to build wealth, stabilizing our communities, and taking pride in our country. I Have a Dream Home. Unlocking dreams, transforming communities, and rewriting the story of American home ownership. For more information, scan the QR code or visit our website at www.ihaveadreamhome.gold.
Did you know women represent just 3% of Fortune 500 CEOs and less than 15% of corporate executives at top companies worldwide? Have you wondered what the secrets are to getting into the top ranks, whether in the private or public sector? Do you want to figure out how to stop being held back in your career or passed over for promotion? Then you're in the right place. Hi, I'm Dr. Madeline Ann Lewis, President and CEO of the Executive Women's Success Institute. I have decades of experience in the military, the federal government, and corporate America, and my mission is to help women succeed and tap into their full potential. I want to reach 1 million plus women around the world to become the leaders they are meant to be. So if you want to move into a management or executive level position, or maybe you are a female veteran transitioning out of the military into business entrepreneurship, then reach out to the Executive Women's Success Institute at 301-693-3284. Let us get you on the fast track to success.
Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school, all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students.
Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world.
I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black business. I am Black business. Are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black business.
Over the past few years, we've seen the growth of existing and new initiatives focused on financial inclusion, building global networks, and reducing the wealth gap in response to the idea there's not enough seats at the table. Whether their outcomes are to increase the representation of Black executives on corporate boards, ensure an inclusive global economy, or to create new U.S. African commercial pathways, the strategies are often carried out by separate programs. The question is, should they be? With the continent of Africa being home to more than half of the world's fastest growing economies, the youngest workforce, over 400 companies generating more than $1 billion annually, 700 generating more than $500 million annually that are poised for growth, and being the destination of nearly $5 billion in venture capital in 2021. Diversifying U.S. and Africa commercial engagement by building bridges between African businesses and their U.S. diaspora should begin being seen as mutually beneficial. From helping to reduce Africa's enormous capital gap to catalyzing two-way trade opportunities, the COVID-19 global pandemic hopefully has taught us that global challenges and opportunities are more interconnected than we thought. During the pandemic, African companies like Unicorn Flutterwave, insurance provider Reliance Health, ride-hailing app Yasir, and 54Gene, the continent's first bank of DNA on people of African descent, proved that when African companies have access to networks, capital, and information, they grow big, grow fast, and create solutions that are valuable to the world. This is why Be Direct was created. We are the first U.S.-based but African-centric board preparedness and board search company designed to connect U.S. Black talent and corporations to African businesses. Unique and fundamental to Be Direct's success is our process of helping board candidates adapt their experience and networks to an African context before they're connected to high-growth companies that are looking to locally and globally scale. From our focus groups with African business execs and government leaders, we don't ignore the sentiment that business is easy, but people are hard. Having a pool of board candidates with hard-to-access networks and extensive experience across the business life cycle, including successfully raising capital, is table stakes for an initiative like this. So yes, we have that. But corporate or entrepreneurial success in the U.S. does not guarantee success in Africa. Developed alongside industry partners on the continent, our training program, Be Direct Prep, is designed to transpose their experience to create cultural comfort, understanding, and a commitment to helping businesses in Africa scale. Our board governance sessions are African, continental, and country-specific, integrated with cultural awareness and dexterity training, masterclasses led by African industry execs, and mentoring coaching from African continental-based facilitators. But even more unique to Be Direct Prep, we cap off our training program with an immersion trip to help candidates that have not been to Africa before see and feel Africa's complexity and opportunity from African soil. We all know traditional network-based board placement has historically left a lot of us out of ever really being in the paid board pipeline. Our strategy supports the work of many great organizations that are successfully filling seats at U.S. board tables by creating more tables for those that are still left on the sideline. It's time to start seeing the role and value of U.S. Black talent and businesses on the continent of Africa differently. Old perceptions and habits limit economic inclusion. Let's transition Black talent and the African businesses they will support from the periphery of the global economy to its core. Living in a global lockdown, we all know now how fast local and global economies can change and see the value of having businesses that hire, strengthen local value chains, and even grow globally. Status quo in any form holds back progress. We must democratize U.S.-Africa commercial engagement by socially and economically connecting cultures that have long been disconnected. It's time for Africa's U.S. diaspora to redefine their global value by helping African businesses scale continentally and globally.
Are you aware that showing off your expertise can gain customers and position you as an expert in your industry? Consumers need confidence to purchase, so let us showcase your knowledge by interviewing you for a 3 to 5 minute video. We'll position you as an industry expert with a customized interview-style video, and for a limited time, we'll cover all production costs. Click this ad or call now for all the information. You'll want to experience the same 5-star service our customers love. So take advantage of this one-time offer. Click this ad or contact us now.
I'd like you to imagine with me, if you will, opening an app where you can collaborate with like-minded individuals from around the world, get inspiration and in-app tools to launch and grow your business, as well as share your knowledge and earn compensation, all in one app. Well, the name of that app is Truso, short for Truly Social. Hi, I'm Matthew Newman, the founder and CEO of Truso. A new concept in social media, Truso is designed from the ground up to be a platform that's both social and empowering for all its users. How exactly do we do that? I'm glad you asked. First, Truso brings the world together via video. Psychologists assert that video provides a significantly more effective connection than audio only. When you enter a community on Truso, you're face-to-face. Second, on Truso, you don't have to have 1 million followers to monetize. Our business model allows all hosts and moderators to monetize, no matter the size of your following, by 1, producing fee-based content, and 2, inviting others to join the platform as subscribers. Even more, Truso has an in-app resource library with over 100 free resources, forms, and documents to help you build your brand and grow your business. Third, Truso is inclusive. The deaf and hard of hearing communities make up 360 million people worldwide. Unlike audio-only apps, Truso embraces this community, providing a networking platform that allows them to participate via video and closed captioning. We even have a deaf and hard of hearing foundation in the works as well. Fourth, Truso is both social and safe. We refer to Truso as a virtual extension of the beauty shop, barbershop, and brainchild of the community. A place where there's laughter, along with wisdom, growth-oriented conversation, and genuine connections in a safe space. Truso even has proprietary security to ensure we maintain a safe environment for everyone. Where are we at now? Truso is live, y'all. We've launched in beta and we're acquiring users daily. We have an incredible development and marketing team, plus amazing celebrity influencers at the table, helping us spread the word around the globe, beginning within the African diaspora and beyond by creating a safe space for growth, connection, and collaboration. We're truly excited about Truso. We've created something special for which there is a global market. And we invite you to embark on this journey with us as a shareholder. The future for Truso is truly bright. Join us and let's go there together.
This is Dr. Arnold T. Petsworth. He's the owner of Petsworth Vet World, a veterinary clinic in Hopton, Connecticut. His patients include dog, cat, frog, fish,
Goldie?
dog, and this alpaca. Due to doctor-patient confidentiality, we can't tell you their names. Business at Vet World was steady, and then quarantine hit. Neighbors brought new four-legged friends into their homes. Bunnies. Bunnies everywhere. Dr. Petsworth welcomed these new patients with open arms. The only problem? There were more appointments than he could manage. That's when Dr. Petsworth turned to his American Express business card, which offers spending potential that's built for his changing business needs. He decided to hire a new assistant, Julio, and with spending power built for business purchases, he used his card to furnish a new exam room. Together, Dr. Petsworth, Julio, and American Express Business made sure all the pets of Hopton got the love and care they deserve. And everyone was happy. Get the card built for business by American Express.
What if you could build your own city? A place where every child can find nurturing people to help them achieve their full potential. A place where every adult can access job training support. Where health education is abundant. Where social justice ruled the land. A place without limitations. Welcome. You have arrived at STEM City, USA. It is what every city should be. A safe and trusted community where you find people and resources to help you become everything you are and beyond. STEM City is unlike anything you have ever experienced. It is a digital twin of the world around you, only better. STEM City is about energy and soul renewal. It is more than a digital world. You can almost feel the power of live cultural events, music, and theater. STEM City promises a better future for children with caring mentors and hands-on activities with dedicated tutors to support our youth. STEM City is your passport to a healthy lifestyle with weekly events addressing our community's many issues. STEM City is your financial well-being with helpful information on wealth management, career advancement, job training, and so much more. STEM City is the community you deserve. It is the city where your dreams can come true. STEM City USA, a place in the sky that is accessible to all who reach for the stars.
Attention all entrepreneurs and companies. Are you looking for reliable and efficient virtual assistants and back office support to help you manage your business tasks? Look no further than Superwoman Business Services. Our team of virtual assistants provides a full range of administrative support services, including operations management, social media marketing, and much more. We also offer website design services to help you create a professional online presence that reflects your unique brand. In addition to administrative support and website design, we offer business development and structuring services to help you grow your business and achieve your goals. We'll work closely with you to identify areas of improvement and develop a customized plan to help you reach your full potential. At Superwoman Business Services, we understand that running a business can be overwhelming and time-consuming. That's why we're here to help you fly high and achieve success. Our virtual assistants are highly skilled, experienced, and dedicated to providing you with the support you need to thrive. Come fly with us and take your business to new heights. Let us help you become the superhero entrepreneur you are meant to be. Contact Superwoman Business Services today to learn more about our back office support services. Come fly with us and take your business to new heights.
phenomenal Tanya T. Wise, who is here from the great state of Maryland. Tanya, welcome and thank you for being with us today. Can you indulge our audience a little bit and tell them just a little bit more about who you are and what it is that you do?
Well, I love being able to talk to people and have a magnetic attitude, being able to just show them. So I always like to say, level up is Coach at Tanya T. Wise here.
So can you tell our audience, just give them a teaser about what your presentation will be about?
So my philosophy is that we should all be living our dream life. So tomorrow I'm going to talk about how you start living your dream life. What are some of the things that you thought about in your childhood that you just kind of let go and dormant?
Wow.
And I want to reignite that and just give you some pointers and some tips, some tools, some strategies to be able to start living your best life now. And guess what, Rhonda? And leave an inheritance for your legacy.
Oh my goodness. Okay, I know that's resonating with a lot of people. I've heard that you have a dynamic coaching program. Can you tell us a little bit more about that?
Absolutely. So our coaching program help people that have the lack of time, that lack strategies, and lack the confidence to go after their dream life. So we help them implement tools, we help them implement strategies, as well as give them resources so that they can live their best life now and leave that inheritance.
Wow. Oh, I love that. I love the leave the inheritance part. Listen, you are dropping some major nuggets, and I know a lot of what you're saying is resonating with a lot of people, but I think we're all curious. How did you even make this transition into the speaking and coaching arena? What's the story behind this?
So I started out in finance, and I realized that a lot of people don't necessarily go after their dream life because of the lack of finances or the education behind finances. But it wasn't until I lost my firstborn, my only son, that life changed for me. And where I was going after it all, living the corporate life, hit my 6-figure income and living in my dream house with my dream man, driving my dream car. I nearly lost it all when I lost my son. And so I realized it only takes one financial catastrophe that can change your entire life. That's what made me start All New Beginnings. Because no matter what's going on in life, there's a new beginning. And because of that, we develop a program called Wise Minded. My little slogan is, don't just dream it, let's live it.
If they want to connect with you or work with you, what is the best ways for them to be able to do that?
Well, for my social media guru, you can connect with me on every single social media platform as Tanya T. Wise.
A big man, a big heart. Let's go. Jackson Crisp is a tech startup founder, business consultant, and captivating public speaker, reaching the professional level as a former NFL offensive tackle. Jackson always brings it. With a degree in engineering from the prestigious Colorado School of Mines and over 2 decades of project management experience, Jackson has honed his skills in training high-performing teams and leaders. The recipient of several patents and trademarks, Jackson is also a subject matter expert, regularly presenting on topics related to projects, processes, and systems. As a paid speaker, Jackson has a unique ability to connect with audiences of all backgrounds. His captivating storytelling and genuine approach inspire and educate, leaving audiences motivated and ready to act towards achieving their goals. Through customized strategy and implementation sessions, Jackson works closely with clients to meet their business objectives. His deep understanding of the human condition, combined with his passion for helping others, make him a highly sought-after coach and mentor. Jackson's impact extends beyond the business world. As Vice President for the NFL Alumni, Las Vegas chapter, and an advisor for Unsilenced Voices, he is dedicated to making a positive change in the world. With Jackson Crisp, unleash your potential.
Did you know that approximately 333.34 million businesses exist today, according to a report from 2021? And you may be one of those businesses, or maybe you're not in the business market yet, but you're aspiring to be a business owner. Well, guess what? You're in the right place at the right time. Because let's face it, everything is about timing and opportunity. Hi, my name is Dr. Lotus Richey, and I'm the CEO and founder of the Lotus Richey Coaching and Consulting LLC, along with the Lotus Richey Ignite Show. 15 minutes of success with Dr. Lotus Richey, as well as books to boom your business and bring who you are. And today, I want to bring this amazing message to you about the Black Business Network and the Black Business Olympics. See, the Black Business Network and the Black Business Olympics is designed to help people just like you, that's right, that look like me, to take their business to the next level. Not just in your front yard or your backyard, but globally. The Black Business Network and Black Business Olympics is designed not to just help you survive, but to help you thrive. So join us today as we come together with businesses all around the world to support our students, our children, our young teens, our young entrepreneurs. What we do is we come together to help raise funds for students who are aspiring to be business entrepreneurs, who are aspiring and who are thriving in college. We endow them with a wonderful opportunity to gain scholarship of either a laptop or several thousands of dollars. And we invite you to help be a contributor to this amazing opportunity to help someone that looks just like you. So join us today at our website and let us connect with you and help you ignite and take flight in every area of your life on the Black Business Network and the Black Business Olympics. I'll see you on the other side.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
Good afternoon, business owners, entrepreneurs, thought leaders, and corporations. Welcome to the Black Business Network. My name is Dr. Tanya T. Wise. I am the founder and CEO of All New Beginning, where we help your purpose meet your passion so that you can maintain a profit. I am the business moderator for this afternoon on Black Business Network. The Black Business Network is a 24-hour business network showcasing Black businesses, business owners, entrepreneurs, and thought leaders worldwide. We have speakers from North Carolina, London, Singapore, Africa, Japan, and cities all over the United States. The Black Business Network is a global community sharing its business knowledge to empower, inspire, and educate businesses about business. This afternoon, we will have Jerry Smith, who is a 38-year-old radio veteran who has also worked in television. Jerry has worked in numerous music formats throughout his radio career, such as classic rock, top 40, AC, gospel, and urban, contemporary, as well as hip hop. Urban, AC, and oldies. Jerry is the recipient of many awards that includes the Drummer Award from Program Director of Year by BRE Magazine, Gospel Truth Magazine, and National Gospel Program Director of the Year from NAB, Macaron, March Cone. Awarding for Religion Station of the Year, co-winner Radio and Records, Gospel Program Director of the Year, awarding of a name just a few. So welcome to the stage, Jerry Smith.
Hello, Dr. Wise. Thank you for that kind introduction. Certainly, I give honor to God for my being here and just the opportunity to share a little bit about me and my company. Thank you.
Awesome. So, Jerry, tell the people a little bit about yourself.
I certainly will. But before I do that, I'd like to acknowledge Dr. Eric Kelly III, who's a longtime friend, and thank him for the opportunity to share about my business and a little bit about me on the Black Business Network USA Olympics platform. So thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Words could never, ever express my gratitude. And Dr. Wise, before I tell you a little bit about myself, I just want to share with the viewers to please sow into these young men and women, our future business leaders, our future entrepreneurs. Please give money from the heart. Whatever you can give is fine, but I know some of you got some deep pockets, right? So we want you to dig deep in those pockets and give. And again, every single dollar matters because we're helping these young men and women with their books, with computers. I know a lot of students are on their way back to college right now. I have a niece who is on her way to A&T University. Actually, she moved in this past Saturday, so she's got that Aggie pride. My baby girl who graduated from UNCG, she's a Spartan, is still in school. She's studying to be a pediatrician, and anybody who has children know how expensive it is, but I just view it as sowing into these young men and women and their future. And I don't know about you, but I'm going to share a little bit about me. People sowed into me, and that's why I'm in front of you today. So sowing into our young men and women to help bless them with their future is so important. I believe it's $BBX USA. Is that the Cash App? Help me out.
Yes. So it's $BBX USA.
Okay, I got it right. All right.
Got it
so
right.
Please, but if I can get 10 of you viewing right now to just send some money to that Cash App, $BBX USA. That's the Cash App. All right. And there's other ways to give, but I just need 10 people right now to donate. All right. 10 people right now. But to tell you a little bit about myself, I'm originally from Danbury, Connecticut. I reside in Raleigh, North Carolina. Danbury, Connecticut is in the western part of the state of Connecticut, right on the New York state line, about an hour from New York City. And I was an athlete. I played basketball, played soccer. I was an amateur boxer. But the thing that I love to share about me and my humble beginnings coming, from the projects of High Ridge Gardens right on that state line was that when I was 12 years old, Dr. Wise, that's when God put radio in my heart.
Wow.
That's when I knew that I wanted to do radio. And people told me that I couldn't do it, wouldn't do it, didn't have any connections, didn't have the money or anything like that. But guess what? You just mentioned it. I've been doing it professionally for 39 years.
Wow.
Kid from the hood. And that's what God put in my heart at 12 years old. I've won numerous awards, and I give God the glory for all of those awards. I've been mentored and coached and taught by some great radio minds. When I just look back over my life, I just think about all these amazing people that sewed into me. You know, I easily could have gone in the wrong direction where a lot of my family and friends did. And I truly believe that I'm a miracle to be in front of you today, a successful businessman and entrepreneur, because I easily could have been dead, in jail, or my life not turned out very well like some of my family and friends. So I'm just excited to be here. I tell people I'm just a nobody trying to tell everybody about somebody who can save anybody. So that's my story in a nutshell. Hopefully I shared enough that you have an idea of who I am.
Well, before I start getting into these questions, you know, the next offering I need to take up for church, I'm going to give you a call. I think that you have mastered that and got it down pat, okay?
Well, thank you.
I know we got 10 people to follow you, so we
there
just
you go.
know
Please,
that these laptops are going to be given.
Please, give. It's in fertile soil.
So, Mr. Jerry, you told us a lot about yourself. I'm going to ask some questions in a different way. The first thing is, what service do you really provide?
Okay. Well, it's a plethora of things. So JAS Consulting and Entertainment is the name of my company. Little over 3 years old now. And it's mainly in the entertainment field. So one of the things under the umbrella of JAS Consulting and Entertainment is my digital streaming radio station. It's a gospel intensive radio station, 24/7 gospel hits. And that is to help small businesses to do some marketing and advertising. It's expensive to advertise on radio, terrestrial radio. That's where you can listen to the AM and FM in your car. But now a lot of cars are built with streaming apps. So you can listen to internet stations, you can listen to satellite stations. And so what my station, Favor 97.3, does is to help small business owners and entrepreneurs that want to get some marketing exposure for their business, just to get the word out at an affordable rate. I'm talking like tens of thousands of dollars really to advertise your radio station well on terrestrial. And it's just hundreds of dollars really at the bare minimum on my station, because it's more about helping people to get some exposure, get the word out, and help to build their brand. Another part of the company is something that I've been doing for like 30 plus years. And I didn't charge people, Dr. Wise, at first because it would have been a conflict, but that's consulting artists on the best practices to get radio airplay. It's more to it than just putting something on a CD and sending it to radio.
Right.
Radio stations are very intentional on everything they play. We make it sound like it's flying by the seat of our pants, and this is the greatest thing since sliced bread, but they're listening for specific elements of your song. One, for the audience that they are catering to. Could be adult females, 25-54. It could be the younger audience, 18 to 34. It could be males, 18-34. So there's all these different age groups that radio intentionally targets. And if the music doesn't fit who they're targeting, they're not going to play it. And a lot of people don't realize that. So I coach people I consult people on best practices to get radio airplay. For example, the quality of the song. That's the first thing that anybody who evaluates music for airplay, a program director or a music director, listens to is the quality. A lot of times when people first start out, they're being budget conscious and they're doing it on the cheap. That's real. I got to keep it 100.
Right. Keep it 100. Keep it 100.
So they do it really cheap. Here's $250. Here's $500. Help me put a record together. And usually it sounds like a $250 production or a $500 production, where you've got other people who are investing thousands of dollars for the quality of their sound. And a program director or music director has a trained ear for that stuff. And then the vocals, it just goes on. Background singers, the BGVs, the full gamut, the production quality, the length of the song, the vocals, the background vocals. People will be surprised when I share this, that the message in your music is probably one of the last things that they really listen for, because whether it's a secular song or a faith-based song, they know that the song is going to touch somebody. Whether it's a love song or a feel-good dance song or an inspirational song, it's going to touch somebody. They're more concerned with the quality of the product that they're putting on the air, because radio is to keep people listening for long periods of time. That's how you have your success. That's what the advertisers want. They want a lot of people hearing their message about their products, goods, and services. So I consult artists on that. I also help artists to get national airplay. I serve as their record representative. I like to call it an agent, where I'm speaking to radio stations on their behalf to get airplay, get a slot on their playlist. And that's really challenging, because you're competing with hundreds of really thousands of records to get a slot on the radio. Got some good news earlier this week.
What's the good news? What's the good news, Jerry?
One of my clients reached Billboard's top 30. He came in this week at number 29, Mr. Marcus Jordan, his new single, Dance. He was my first number one on the Billboard Gospel National Airplay chart. Now he's got 2 back-to-back top 30 Billboard songs, and it's at number 29 this week. And we're praying that when it's all said and done and the dust settles, that it will be his second and my company's second number one song.
Jerry, I needed that info in the intro. Like, I need you to redo the bio. But that's the business strategist in me. Like, that, we need to do a whole new intro. Now, we were supposed to lead with that, Jerry. I want to pull and blow off the dust of my spoken word and want to send it over to you, Jerry.
Please do.
I'm going to have to do that. They told me it's not what you know, it's who you know, Jerry. And, now I'm your sister because Dr. Kelly. So we will talk about that.
Yes. And Dr. Wise, that's absolutely right. It's relationships that has really blessed me, because I've only been doing that part of the business for 3 years. And I've already had 5 Billboard top 30 singles, number 1, number 8, number 15, number 22, and now number 29 and rising. And I got another single right outside of the top 30 at number 32. So when I say my God is good,
I'm going to go ahead and just say, because my favorite number is 3 for the Trinity. We're going to go ahead. You didn't say 3, right? I started losing count of the numbers you was giving me. You were just rounding them off like that, Jerry.
Yeah, listen, it's something you don't forget. You don't forget. And again, God gets the glory. And then I put on special events like clean comedy shows, outdoor music festivals, music workshops, everything that I've done in my radio career, I do now for myself in my own business.
Wow. We're so proud of you. Thank you so much for sharing that. So, Jerry, I know you said you started back at 12, 13, but what really got you into this field?
Oh, God. Well, as I mentioned, at 12 years old, that's when I knew I wanted to do radio. That was 50 years ago. My barber and I had to, tighten up before I came on your show here. So he and I were talking about, 50 years of hip hop. And I remember in 79 when the Rapper's Delight came out. So we're like, I remember Curtis Blow.
Me too.
These Are the Breaks. And that was like in 70.
Bump it up.
Yeah. So
I mean, I'm dating myself. I'm just a few years older than you, right? Not so
okay. So we're trying to figure out where did 50 come from, because we thought it would have started in 79, but it was actually in 73. New York City. I can't think of the guy's name, gosh. But he introduced the world to the hip hop or rap, and actually it was with Jamaican music, and that kind of started, the rap trend out of, I think, South Bronx, New York. And as I was counting back, I was like 73. That's when I was 12 years. Well, I'm telling my age here, but that's when I was supposed to keep that a secret. But that's when God put it on my heart, and I could see it, just like I'm holding my phone here. I could see it, I could taste it, I could smell it. I knew I was going to do it, and people were telling me I wasn't going to do it and couldn't do it. And then 7 years later, at the age of 19, I was doing it in college on my college radio station. Now, I don't count that as my career, my 39 years. That was before I was getting paid. That was just playing. So I
so you was an intern. You was an intern.
But I just knew I wanted to do it. And at the age of 19, WFCS, Central Connecticut State University, college radio, I was DJ Hollywood. Had never been to Hollywood in all my life.
Oh my gosh.
But that was just, I don't know. I wanted to be Hollywood. I think the first time I went to Hollywood was about 6 or 7 years ago. But
see, you are Hollywood in the soul, not necessarily Hollywood. This thing.
Right.
So, would you say that 19 is when you knew you wanted to be on radio? Because I mean, sometimes we're thrown into a position, but when did you really know? Like, okay, this is my thing.
At 12, honestly, I knew at 12 years old that was what I wanted to do. When I was in college at 19, and I started doing it, I was like, this is it. And at first it was a play toy. I was trying to, I knew the girls liked the DJs, and I was real shy, introvert. And I would go down and answer the phones, for one of the other DJs, and all the girls would call up. I want to speak to Daryl the Disco Tizer. That was his name. And I was like, wow, all these ladies want to talk to the DJ. But I started taking it serious, because at first it was like a play toy. I want to send a shout out to my boys in Vance Dorm. I want to send, and it was raggedy radio. You know what I mean? Yeah. So at that age, or at that time, I started listening to the professional DJs, and I started emulating them. And a lot of my classmates would say, man, you're sounding good on the radio. You're getting better every time we hear you. Keep up the good work. And I just knew that I was on to something. And then I got my professional start in 1984 on a radio station called WBZQ. My mother, my late mom, was a preacher. She had a little show, a preaching show for 30 minutes every Wednesday. She overheard the general manager say that he needed some part-time help. And at that time, I left college to move to North Carolina. My mom waited till I graduated high school and went on to college, and she moved my 3 brothers down. My father passed when I was young. I was 9 years old. He was 29 going on 30. So he died about a week before his 30th birthday. And my mom, single parent, raising 4 boys by herself. She felt it would be easier to raise them from where she was from, which is North Carolina. And my dad was from North Carolina. They both moved to Connecticut in their late teens, early 20s. They met up there, didn't know each other in North Carolina, fell in love, got married. But we always had North Carolina ties. And so there were some colleges looking at me for soccer. to play soccer. And so that's what got me into school. I knew my mom couldn't afford to pay for college for me. So as a young man, I tried to get a scholarship, whether it was basketball or soccer. It turned out to be soccer to take that burden off of her. But financially, she needed some help. So I left college after a few years and moved to North Carolina to help her. And she overheard the general manager of the station say he needed some part-time help. She said, my son did it, in college. And she said, playing the blues. She didn't say hip. She didn't say rap music, R&B, disco. She said playing the blues. So he said, well, send him down. I'd like to talk to him. I went down, met him, talked to him. That was in August of '84. And I've been doing it ever since.
Wow, Jerry.
Mr. McManus, Jim McManus, he's a blessing. He was going to fire me after 2 weeks because I was not doing it the way they trained me. He sat me down and told me basically you can do it our way or it's the highway. And I said, I'll do it your way, sir. I had no bass in my voice because I knew I was doing wrong. All the bass just went to the bottom of my feet. And so I followed his instructions. He said, we're teaching you to be a professional broadcaster. Everything that we are teaching you and telling you to do to execute this format is for our listeners and our advertisers, and we need you to execute it. And so I've never been able to break a format ever since, and they kicked me out a year and a half later. They told me I outgrew them. I was making minimum wage, $2 and change. And he said, you are going to make a lot of money. You can do a lot better than we're doing. We encourage you to leave. And I was young. I was like, are they just trying to get rid of me? Does he really see something in me? And everything that he spoke to me came to fruition, every single thing. And I look back and that's why I share with young men and women, you may not see it, but other people can see it in you. And you've got to trust and believe. Lean not into your own understanding, but trust in the Lord. Acknowledge him in all your ways. He will direct your path. And he will help you to get to whatever it is that he has destined for your life and whatever your purpose is.
For sure, for sure. So, Jerry, I keep hearing you reference young men and women. Are you saying I'm too old to get in radio? Where do one start?
You can start at any time. The reason I reference young men and women because it's a soft point with me because of the obstacles that I overcame because of the negative. I like to talk seeds of success, whereas there were seeds of failure sown in me as well. And I just know what I didn't always tell my story. My father was an alcoholic. There was domestic violence in my home. Uncles that were drug dealers, pimps, pushers, rapists, uncles teaching me and my cousins and family how to hustle. But I chose to go the straight and narrow. Some of my siblings and other family members decided to do the hustle route. And I see how their lives turned out. And so God said, listen, I need you to share your story because there are some young men out there and young women who I've got great things planned for their life. But just like you, they're being told they can't do this. They're being told they'll never be a doctor. They'll never be a lawyer. They'll never be a teacher, architect, a scientist, an entrepreneur. But look what I did for you. So I need you to humble yourself and to share your story. And when I talk to young men and women in particular, and I share this with them, just to see that look in their eyes. I had some kids who start crying and they hug me and they're like, you get it. You get it. I would like, for example, a young lady told me she was 12 years old. And I said, well, what do you want to be when you grow up? And she said, a lawyer. And I said, well, what's your last name? I can't remember her first name, but she said Jones. And I said, well, Attorney Jones, it is a pleasure to meet you. And I shook her hand and tears started streaming down her eyes. She gave me the biggest hug, like one of those daddy's home, daddy's home, daddy's home hugs. And she was like, you get it. You can see it too. And man, so that's why I want to encourage young men and women that whatever God put on your heart, it's already done. People may not see it because God didn't put it in their heart. God didn't give them that dream, that vision, that desire. So you can't let them discourage you. They're going to try to tell you, you can't do this, you can't do that. But you know in your heart, like I told you, I could feel it, taste it, smell it. I knew I was going to be doing radio. So it never came as a surprise. It never came as something that I thought I couldn't do. I knew I was going to do it. So I just want to sow that seed into the young men and women. That's why I need you to donate right now. I need 10 more people to do the Cash App, $ BBXUSA right now, and make a donation to sow into these young minds, these young men, these women, our future leaders, our entrepreneurs, people that are going to make us real proud. They need your help right now. So please, 10 people right now, so. You're sowing in the fertile soil.
Yes. So my next question, because you talk a lot about inspiring others, so it must be someone in your life that really inspired you. Who helped you get to where you are now, Jerry?
You know, when I was young, I think about the people that helped my mom, raising 4 boys, all by herself, trying to keep food on the table, a roof over our head. I can't really, there's only a few people that I can remember their last names. The Lucas family. They would give my mom money. They would give her food to help us. My mother was a very community-oriented people, and the stuff that we outgrew, she would either give to our relatives or less fortunate families. So I come from a family of giving, but also just people that blessed us while growing up. And like I said, there were some people that sowed into me. I'll never forget this young man. He was a college student. I was at a summer camp. His name was Kelly. And Kelly passed away at a young age with a bicycle accident. And at this camp, the summer camp, they would send us out to the suburbs. It was Canterbury School, which was a private school. And they would take these inner city kids for 2 weeks and send us up to this, to these suburbs with these rich folks. And Kelly would say to me, he was like, man, you could be anything you want to be. You can do anything you want to do. If you hang around bad people, bad things will happen. If you do bad things are going to happen. You're a smart guy and you can do anything that you want to do. So I think about those people that sowed those seeds of success. Bob Clark, Mr. Burke, just regular people, just common people. They were the inspiration. And then when I got into the field of broadcasting, there was the Jim McManus, there was Jeff Majors, Don Kelly, my superstar mentor, Alan Sneed. They all saw something special in me, and they all took me under their wing and encouraged me. Dick Shannon, he was the first program director that saw something special in me, and he sat me aside and he said, you're going to do well in this business. He said, when you leave, you want to leave with your integrity intact. You don't want anybody to say that they had you in their pocket. So you got to do things the right way, because your name is what you have when this is all settled and done and all over. I didn't know at the time that Dick Shannon was this amazing big time radio programmer. I just thought he was crazy. You know, I was like, what does this guy see in me? He called me in his office to give me a promotion, and And he had this conversation with me, just like Mr. McManus did at my job prior to that. And everything that Dick Shannon said came to John Stevens, another one. So I had a lot of folks that sowed these just powerful seeds of success. And so everything that I do and I say in regards to the young kids and to inspire them is to pay it forward for all these people that sowed into me. They live in me, all of them. And I want them to live in others, even though these people that I try to encourage, they may not know it, but it's John Stevens, it's Dick Shannon, and so on and so forth, sowing into them to help them, their legacy to live on.
Closing, I wanted to ask you one more question. Hopefully we can get this question. It's got to be a short answer.
Okay, I'm terrible at short stuff, but I'll keep it short and sweet.
What would you say is, well, thank you so much for the Black. Okay.
I'm sorry, but before I go, please look me up at jerrysmith03.com. jerrysmith03.com. That's my website, and all the information about me, my products, goods, and services. And also, please, again, make a donation to the young men and women. That's why I'm here, not so much to talk about me and my business, but to encourage you to sow into these young men and women. Again, BBX USA. Yes, $BBX USA. $BBX USA. And thank you, Dr. Wise. It's been a pleasure talking to you. I look forward to getting your spoken word and just being blessed.
Remember, I'm gonna send it. I heard that's how you get in Hollywood. You just send it. So thank you so much. Genius is coming, and I'll see you on the other side.
Thank you. God bless you.
Did you know that approximately 333.34 million businesses exist today, according to a report from 2021? And you may be one of those businesses, or maybe you're not in the business market yet, but you're aspiring to be a business owner. Well, guess what? You're in the right place at the right time. Because let's face it, everything is about timing and opportunity. Hi, my name is Dr. Lotus Richey, and I'm the CEO and founder of the Lotus Richey Coaching and Consulting LLC, along with the Lotus Richey Ignite Show. 15 minutes of success with Dr. Lotus Richey, as well as books to boom your business and bring who you are. And today, I want to bring this amazing message to you about the Black Business Network and the Black Business Olympics. See, the Black Business Network and the Black Business Olympics is designed to help people just like you, that's right, that look like me, to take their business to the next level. Not just in your front yard or your backyard, but globally. The Black Business Network and Black Business Olympics is designed not to just help you survive, but to help you thrive. So join us today as we come together with businesses all around the world to support our students, our children, our young teens, our young entrepreneurs. What we do is we come together to help raise funds for students who are aspiring to be business entrepreneurs, who are aspiring and who are thriving in college. We endow them with a wonderful opportunity to gain scholarship of either a laptop or several thousands of dollars. And we invite you to help be a contributor to this amazing opportunity to help someone that looks just like you. So join us today at our website and let us connect with you and help you ignite and take flight in every area of your life on the Black Business Network and the Black Business Olympics. I'll see you on the other side.